news is live on Joy 99.7 FM and Hits 103.9 FM in Accra. In Kumasi, we're on Love 99.5 FM and over 30 affiliates across Ghana's 16 regions, including Sankara FM Yendi, Laura FM Laura, and Radio Max Takrade. Get radio, TV, and online content on myjoyonline.com interactive app for Android and iOS devices. Coming up, Ghana must diversify beyond cocoa and increase agricultural budget to at least 10%. That's the call from agricultural economists if Ghana should fortify itself against food insecurity.
The little we have been doing, it is skewed to cocoa. And I always want to say that if it comes to the cocoa, we are over-pampering the cocoa sector.
We have more from the Agric Manifesto on PM Express. Also, minority demands full disclosure on government's district road infrastructure program.
The acquisition of these materials, then we, the members of parliament, will want to be part of the structure that will oversee the operations of this policy.
In business,
more analysts express worry government may not be able to finance priority spending such as education and agriculture in 2027 after exit from IMF program. We hear from economist Professor Godfrey Bokwing.
And later, some residents of New Botiano endure hanging homes, unbearable traffic and bad roads.
It make full of rain, the gutter will make full. So you wait till every rain in the gutter will go before you get out.
We'll bring you more in our Floods of Trauma series as the situation of a 25-year-old man who uses a ladder to access his house has not changed. I am Amiesi Nyamiche Thompson. Stay with me for details. Now, agricultural economist Professor Edward Ebo Onuma is demanding government diversifies its agricultural focus beyond cocoa to strengthen the economy. Speaking on the topic Agric Manifesto in the Joy News PM Express Manifesto series, he noted that the current agricultural budget allocation, around 7 to 8%, is inadequate given the sector's importance. He suggested increasing it to at least 10% for meaningful progress, emphasizing that effective supervision and specific initiatives are necessary for success.
The little we have been doing, it is skewed to cocoa. And I always want to say that if it comes to the cocoa, we are over-pampering the cocoa sector. You know, for instance, if you take the Planning for Food and Job, it's a very flagship, a program for the MPP. We have the Planning for Food and Job. We have the Rearing for Food and Job. We have Agriculture for we are planting for export and rural development. Yes, and all are competing for about 20% of what goes into agricultural budgeting. The 80% goes to cocoa. There was this workshop, it was done in Aqua Safari, that was 2017. And then I raised this issue that if we take the cocoa, let's say we reduce a little bit of the budget, and then we'll push it to other cash crops like palm oil, like coconut, or we can get a lot.
And he had agricultural economist Professor Edward Ebo Onuma on PM Express last night. Now, Member of Parliament for Impraiso Davis and Sapoku has insisted that there is abundance of food despite rising prices. There are growing concerns among the general public over price hikes of items such as plantain, yams and vegetables, among others, with many taking to social media to vent their anger. The concerns were re-echoed at the Public Accounts Committee sitting by MPs for Bilsa South and Katy South, Clement Park and Ablaji Fagomashi when the two deputy ministers of agriculture appeared before them yesterday. First, listen to what the two MPs found out when they visited the market.
Even onions, they rot within a week. They're going bad. What is going on?
Today, 3 pieces of plantain sell for 20 Ghana cedis in Accra. Yam, 1 tuber, the smallest tuber in Accra, sells for 40 Ghana cedis. Contomere, the least amount you can get to purchase is 5 Ghana cedis. Garden eggs, 5 pieces for 10 Ghana cedis. So how do you reconcile the ever-increasing cost of food with the success that we claim to have chalked with regards to implementing Planning for Food and Jobs?
While reacting to the concerns, MP for Impraiso Davis and Sapoko insist that the success of government's Planting for Food and Jobs program has led to abundance of food on the market.
On Monday, when I returned to this country, I went to my constituency for a quick meeting, and I realized that there were a lot of tomatoes on the streets from Accra to Kwau in Koko. Thank you very much. Chairman, I mean, there's empirical data to support it.
Like the tomatoes on Ada Road.
If you look at the success of the PFJ one, with the exception of one commodity, I mean, every of the food, and this is coming from Statistical Service, and I'm speaking based on facts.
Yet food prices, food inflation has been high.
So,
well, we'll stay a while longer on food. Ghana released its first genetically modified product for commercialization, a cowpea variety resistant to the pod-boring insect, maruca, a major destructive agent to the legume. Now, some concerned scientists and agricultural organizations have described the move as a hasty adoption, raising concerns about the toxicity of a protein produced from the modified gene. Emmanuel Bright-Kweku has more.
A bane to cowpea farming in Ghana has been the attack of the Maruca vitra, an insect that attacks the pods and flowering parts of the plant. This legume pod borer is responsible for up to 80% of yield losses on farms. Dr. Jerry Imbonyin is a principal investigator.
And once it is inside the flower or inside the pod, no matter the number of times a farmer sprays, it is ineffective at actually controlling that particular insect pest. And because of that, farmers from the time of planting to the time of harvest, they will spray at least 6 times on a crop that is normally on the field for just 2 weeks. To tackle that particular problem, we had to start by going through what is known as the germplasm for cowpea.
Concerns over toxicity and safety of the protein Cry1AB produced from the modified gene to the human and environment have come up. Suleimana Youssef is a director of research at the Center for Climate Change and Food Security in Ghana.
So we found that this cowpea has higher concentrations of it compared to other transgenic crops.
Away from food, the minority is demanding full disclosure on the amount spent on the District Road Infrastructure Program DRIP. Hours after President Akufo-Addo launched the program, the minority filed an RTI request to know the full cost of the construction equipment distributed. Members are also calling for MPs to be included in the management committee of the program. Before we hear from him, ranking member on the local government committee, Neelante Vanderpoy, cited the District Assembly's Common Fund allocation formula to support their demand. He spoke on Newsnight.
We, the members of the local government committee of Parliament, together with the administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund, started this initiative. So we put pressure on the Minister of Finance to pay this arrear. If that's what we are going to approve of this formula, and we are going to approve the acquisition of these materials, then we, the members of Parliament, will want to be part of the structure that will oversee the operations of this policy.
While the majority in Parliament has served a memo to Speaker of Parliament to recall Parliament from recess, the majority has criticised the Speaker, Alban Bagbin, for adjourning the House indefinitely on Tuesday, despite opposition from their side of the House. Speaking on Top Story, Deputy Majority Whip Habibi Trisu says they've already gathered signatures to compel the Speaker to recall the House.
Yes, I can confirm to you that after the time that we were sending the memo to him, I had signatures of close to about 123 or 27 of our members who have signed for us to do the recall of Parliament.
Well, responding to the majority, Deputy Minority Whip Ahmed Ibrahim says his side is ready to meet the minority anytime the House is recalled.
Parliament is a creature of the Constitution. And the last time they invoked Article 112, we all came. And once they have invoked it again, if they meet the criteria, the Speaker will recall us. And we all have to comply.
Well, imagine living in a house you can only access with the help of a ladder. That's the situation of 25-year-old Nanaya Wisdom Eshen, whose video went viral as he climbed a ladder to his home. Well, 1 year after we brought you that story, his situation has not changed. Maxwell Agbagba has more on this report.
It is March 2023. Flood water has forced the collapse of the building here at New Botiano. 2 children, 9 and 11 years, were swept away. They died. Their mother, Nanama, sits on the floor inconsolable after the disaster. Not too far from Nanama's house is a house which is virtually hanging. The only way to access Nanaya's residence is with the help of a ladder which sits about 10 feet deep into the belly of the earth. Last year when we visited, the situation was the same. The only thing missing here today is the ladder. Nanaya Wisdom Ishen moved into the hanging house with his brother after the owner was forced by the situation to relocate with his family. He says he has had many near-death experiences living in the house, but says he does not have the means to rent another place.
It make full of rain. The gutter will make full.
And that's in our Flood Trauma series. We'll be bringing you the full report later in subsequent bulletins. I am Amiesi Nyamiche Thompson. Up next is Business on the Super Morning Show.
Hey, we see you specking your car, taking that trip, chilling on the beach. Charlie, now we want to see this become your story. Simply use your ABSA card 10 times or more and you'll be entered into a monthly draw where you stand a chance to be among 5 lucky winners to take home 40,000 Ghana cedis. The more you use your card, the more entries you'll receive. Earn an extra entry by using the ABSA app or internet banking 5 times or more. No ABSA card? Don't worry. Visit the nearest branch for an ABSA account or card today and make winning part of your story. Promotion is between 1st July and 31st October. This promotion is regulated by the National Lottery Authority on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Your story matters. ABSA.
Your preferred retirement partner, Apex Trustee, offers you an unmatched pension administration service that guarantees a cheerful life of retirement for both formal and informal sector workers. Our Progress Occupational Pension Scheme, the Progress Provident Fund Scheme, and the Progress Personal Pension Scheme will help you achieve financial peace of mind during retirement. Apex Trustee provides employer-sponsored schemes, including staff welfare schemes, seeking to outsource the day-to-day administration of their second-tier occupational pension and third-tier Provident Fund schemes. Start the quality lifestyle journey you envisage for your retirement now. Call us on 0504 368048 or 0256 793330. Apex Trustee, a joyous retirement begins here.
Oh, jump on now. Go. Gugomi, at what time will you come back where I don't hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car?
No, I don't change my car. It be the same ride. It be the fuel way I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so.
This is the type of fuel where they want to. Because now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir.
Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mind self be the 3-in-1 action, no? Excellium they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open them.
Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel?
Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you.
Hey, then make a finish my gobe fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my gobe inside?
I give you info. Make a fill the gobe too small.
The gogo.
Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
Calling all shoppers. This month at Oka Decor, we have an offer that you simply cannot resist. That's right, enjoy an irresistible 20% off a huge variety of stylish and modern furniture. But wait, there's more. Stay tuned every week for more irresistible and exclusive deals and save big. Visit Oka Decor on Springtex Road to enjoy our irresistible offers.
Brush your teeth every day and night. Up and down and all around. Brush it clean and bright. Brush your teeth. Brush with mom and dad. Underneath and in between. Brush the germs away.
Pepsodent, cavity protection.
For 10 times stronger.
This advert is FDA approved.
The luckiest.
Star 712 hash.
Luck is everywhere. For everyone, yeah.
Here's to the friends who dialed star 712 hash and found no regrets. To the investors who struck gold. To the health workers who diagnosed luck with precision. To the tough guy who couldn't hold back his tears. To the passionate fan who couldn't contain his joy. To the seamstress who turned her hard-earned stitches into a bundle of happiness. And now, here's to you. Your next big win is right here.
Luck is everywhere. For everyone, yeah. The luck luckiest.
Dial star 712 hash. Now join in the luckiest winning celebration. Every 1st July 2024. Over dial star 712 hash. Now I to tickets as a group, individual, and now even as a community. Now win Nistika Kessie. Prizes are Kessie in the community draw or go for the grand draw on the 30th of November 2024. Unlock your luck with star 712 hash. Now join in the winning streak now.
The luckiest.
Star 712 hash.
Luck is everywhere. For everyone, yeah. The luckiest.
Apawu.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning to you. So, Dr. Educhum is our guest this morning.
Wow.
Yeah. What would you ask him if you were interviewing him today?
Is free SHS sustainable?
Good question.
Is it sustainable, especially with the difficulties we've seen in the past, even to do with feeding of children in the schools? Can we sustain this?
Yeah.
His honest opinion. As if
yeah.
he's able to give us his honest opinion about it.
I mean, he does tend to come across as quite earnest, you know, in his interactions. So I'm hoping he will, tell us as it is, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so.
But, you know, this is what I would like us to do. You know, just like Darrell did just now, you know. Tell us what you would want to ask the minister. We'll give you the opportunity, actually, when we open the phone lines later. But in the meantime, send them through. Send your questions through. We want to know what's on your mind. What would you like to ask Dr. Educhum when he joins us later on the show?
Yeah. Great stuff. Great stuff. Anyway, I know somebody who wants to ask you a question.
Hey, okay. All right.
Good morning to Israelite. He wants to know if your new title, stuff when it comes with stool wife.
As soon as you said Israelite, I knew this was not going to go my way.
Honest answer. In the spirit of earnestness. Mbura says he's a linguist now, so maybe he can speak for you.
Let's just say that the vacancy remains. So if Israel wants to organize auditions, we can talk.
All right. We're just about 2 days away or 3 days away.
2 days, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's Thursday.
Sapo Hinik Nana Kochi Yanks. Linguist Mbura.
Oh, no. No.
At all.
How many ways can I stress? No. Can you imagine? Who speaks for you? Someone Mbura. Anyway, the 6 a.m. news was brought to... It's such a terrifying thought. The 6 a.m. news was brought to you by Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you. And Absa Bank Ghana Limited. Your story matters. You know, a linguist, when you speak, they are supposed to like polish your language for you, make it sound
you
better.
doubt he would do that, right?
This one will send me to jail. All right, time for the Joy Business Report, and that comes with thanks to Omni Basic Bank at your service and Safari Valley Resort, bringing you closer to nature.
Hi, good morning. Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up, more analysts express worry government may not be able to finance priority spending such as education and agriculture in 2027 after exit from IMF program. We hear from economist Professor Godfrey Bokping. Also coming up, PricewaterhouseCoopers advises strict implementation of Fiscal Responsibility Act, says is the solution to Ghana's budget overruns. Plus, cities' half-year performance will largely depend on government's fiscal decisions ahead of the elections despite all monetary measures deployed by the Bank of Ghana. That's the verdict of currency analyst Courage Buti. Details coming up. Thanks for staying with us. Hello to our friends listening from Koforidie on KT Radio. My name is Darryl Kwao. Economist Professor Godfrey Bokwe has pointed out that the country may not be able to fund priority sectors of the economy when the country exits the International Monetary Fund program in 2026 due to debt obligations of over 130 billion cedis that will be reactivated. Forecasting how events may pan out in the next 3 years, Professor Bokwe warned that the situation could lead to a sharp cut in investments to the agri sector, health and education, whilst independent power producers are denied payment if government intends to honor its debt servicing.
Sometimes we are talking about a loan and the rest of them, okay? So substantially, the conclusion is that there is no way we'll be able to meet these financial obligations without altering our fiscal policy and financing decision. We will only do so at great cost by crowding out priority spending in the area of budgetary allocation to agriculture, health, education, social protection. If you look at ACEP, Africa Center for Energy Policy, has actually done this work to help us a lot. If you look at the energy shortfall in 2023 alone, is far more than the budgetary allocation to Ministry of Agri, Food and Agriculture, Health, Education. Many of them. It's far more than that.
You heard economist Professor Godfrey Bokwe. Now, currency analyst Courage Boti says that the city's performance in a half year will largely depend on how government manages its election spending. Even though he believes monetary measures put in place by the Bank of Ghana may yield some results, he is of the view that the fiscal decisions prior to the 2024 elections will play a major role. Mr. Boti insists businesses will observe government's prudent behavior before making expenditure decisions.
But then the test case again is in the second half of the year. That is where election expenditure seem to ramp up. And that is where if the signals of whether I may win, I may not win become clear, then you are forced to go into the overdrive to try to avert any negative consequence and all that. We want to see how government will remain disciplined in this period. Of course, they have revised the expenditure target down, expanded the revenue projection really, which for me is positive because typically government increase the revenue outlook to increase expenditure. But then if they are increasing revenue projection by reducing expenditure, it's a positive sign for me. So we'll look at execution. And I think if the signs are quite clear going forward that the fiscal side is looking good and there are some inflows to come, there may be some slight correction. But where would that take it to?
Economist and research lead at GCB Capital, Courage Boti there. Now, strict implementation of the country's Fiscal Responsibility Act could be one of the surest ways to check budget overruns. That's the view of accounting firm PricewaterhouseCoopers. Here's more in the following report.
The proposals from the PricewaterhouseCoopers has been influenced by government's plan to establish a fiscal council before the end of this year. The move is part of plans to help check budget overruns and deal with expenditure not approved by Parliament. But PricewaterhouseCoopers, in its analysis on the media budget review, noted that this is not needed at this time, arguing that there are already existing laws and structures that, if well implemented, could help in dealing with this challenge. The accounting and auditing firm is also worried that if things are not handled well now, the economy will revert to a state that may require future government to return to the IMF with cap in hand.
And that was a Business Desk report. Turning to other news, total revenue of telecoms giant MTN reached more than 8 billion Ghana cedis for the first half of this year. George Affe has more from its financial performance for the first 6 months of 2024.
The mobile operator ending June this year saw significant growth in most areas of operations. Profit after tax went up by 36% to hit 2.3 billion Ghana cedis. Active mobile money users currently stands at 16.5 million, while data subscribers was pegged at 16.4. In terms of direct and indirect taxes, for the first half of this year, MTN paid almost 4 billion Ghana cedis to the state. It adds that they also paid about 300 million Ghana cedis in fees to other government agencies. In total, these taxes represent about half of its revenue. But despite the strong performance, MTN was worried about the outlook of the economy, adding that he believes things will be challenging going forward due to the high inflation and election-related macroeconomic risk.
Georgia, Phil, with that report. Now, Absa Bank Ghana has commended 3 agribusiness firms for their exemplary work on expanding the operations after receiving credit facility from the bank through the Young Africa Works initiative with MasterCard Foundation. According to the bank, it has invested over 1.1 billion cedis in the program, impacting more than 5,900 businesses. At a facility tour of these agribusinesses, Director of SME Banking and Partnership at ABSA, Audrey Abaka, described the achievements as heartwarming.
I've been fulfilled because as a banker and also standing in for Absa Bank, seeing that these businesses that we supported some few years back have used the money for their intended purposes, and we are seeing the true result. It's very, very heartwarming because there are some businesses that you invest capital in, they divert the funds, and you never get to tell the impact story of the funds that you have injected in their businesses. But for these 3 businesses, GB League, Fraser Sports, and Eden Tree, these are businesses that we can testify that they have utilized the funds for the right purposes, and we are seeing the real fruits.
You had a Director of SME Banking and Partnership at Absa Bank, Audrey Abaka. You are listening to the news on Joy 99.7 FM. The Ghana National Gas Company Limited has announced a scheduled maintenance shutdown of its gas processing plant and offshore gas export facility set to occur from today till August 17. This routine maintenance is deemed essential by the company to ensure the safety, efficiency, and reliability of its operations. The plant shutdown is part of Ghana Gas's ongoing commitment, it says, to maintaining high operational standards and preventing unexpected disruptions. And so what are the implications of this on LPG supply? We spoke to the Vice Chairman of the LPG Marketers Association, Gabriel Kumi, who says the supply of LPG will not be impacted.
We want to assure our consumers that there is no shortage of LPG in the system, and we don't anticipate any shortage. There should be no panic buying. Our consumers should buy their products normally. What has really happened is that the Atuabo gas processing plant is going to be shut down this weekend for about 2-3 weeks for a routine maintenance. And for that matter, we are unable to lift LPG from Atuabo from next week. But we have been directed by the National Petroleum Authority, NPA, our regulator, to lift LPG from Tema and distribute to everywhere in the country.
You had the Vice Chairman of the LPG Marketers Association, Gabriel Kumi. Well, let's turn to today's edition of Investor Eye. We'll tell you how some people can use pyramid schemes to deceive investors and take their monies. Emmanuel Mensah-Pia is Director in charge of Risk Management Department at the Securities and Exchange Commission, and he speaks on the form a pyramid scheme could be used to scam unsuspecting investors.
With the pyramid, they ask the investors themselves to go out and scout for more people to come into the investment. So you bring 5 people, I bring 5 people. If 20 of us bring 5 people, they have 100 new people in their system to scout.
All right, do make a date next week for another episode of Investor Eye. Before we go, let's look at the markets. Let's begin with the commodity market. Crude oil selling at $80 a barrel. Gold dropped marginally to $2,445 an ounce. Cocoa trading this morning at $6,991 a ton after losing $83 on the currency market. The dollar going for 15 cedis 65 pesos. The British pound 20 cedis 8 pesos. The euro going for 16 cedis 93 pesos. There is more news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. It's back to Safohene Nana Kojiangsen with more of the Super Body Show. Yeah.
You should be very careful. All right. Okay. So it feels like a Cindy Thompson kind of morning. What do you think?
All right.
Yeah.
That's an old one, but still good, right?
Oldie but goodie. Yeah, here it is.
Oh, wow.
If Baumia becomes president and he becomes a driver, Napo becomes a mate. He can't be talking anyhow to a driver.
I can tell you that Otunfo spoke in Proverbs to a wise child. And what he spoke in Proverbs
he expects his grandson to understand.
You are singing everything.
I can see
If
we start copywriting like certain phrases and things, we can be traced back to them. But I'm going to sue the Holy Spirit.
We live in a world where without money, you cannot move.
Okay.
So the earlier we all accept this reality and stop being hypocritical, love, or no bear man or cry, or you're not on it,
If you have the option to choose a PhD in Ghana and an American passport, what will be your choice?
So you are expecting me to sit here and say I'll choose PhD over a foreign passport. Why would I want to do that? In this Ghana and in this economy.
It's not your original source. We are looking at having seconds and someone else.
Exciting times indeed. No need to stress about always using your laptops or desktops to get news on your favorite news portal, myjoyonline.com. Life becomes easy with Joy. We've got you covered. Simply go to your app store on your mobile phone and download our new My Joy Online app, conveniently designed to enhance your reading experience. Watch and listen to your favorite MGO shows and stay updated with our political, entertainment, sports, business, lifestyle, and research stories. Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible. Exciting times indeed.
Baumia becomes president and he becomes a driver. Napo becomes a mate. He can't be talking anyhow to a driver.
I can tell you that Otunfo spoke in Proverbs to a wise child. And what he spoke in Proverbs, he expects his grandson to understand.
You are singing everything. I can see If we start copywriting like certain phrases and things, we can be traced back to them. But I'm going to sue the Holy Spirit.
We live in a world where without money, you cannot move.
Okay.
So the earlier we all accept this reality and stop being hypocritical, love, or no bear man or cry, or you're not on it,
If you have the option to choose a PhD in Ghana and an American passport, what will be your choice?
So you are expecting me to sit here and say I'll choose PhD over a foreign passport. Why would I want to do that? In this Ghana and in this economy.
It's not your original source. We are looking at having seconds and someone else.
Hello, Ray.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm all right. I'm good. You?
Yes. Yeah, the only person who has not been installed and been banding titles about. You are attacking the entire chieftaincy
I don't think you understand the process. I've been installed. I haven't been outdoored.
This matter that the man is talking about.
I've been installed. I haven't been outdoored.
Could you answer?
Yes, that will happen in 2 days' time.
You told me that your installation is this weekend.
My outdooring is this weekend. Installation has already happened.
Okay. You've been installed.
Yes.
You're waiting to be outdoored.
Thank you.
You're waiting to be outdoored.
That's
if you
right.
Insist. If you insist.
Anyway, Raymond, good morning.
Good morning.
Let's please. Why are you greeting Raymond separately from my greeting?
But I've seen you.
Are you trying to dissociate your greeting from my greeting?
Why?
I greeted him on our behalf already.
From the Nana Kojo.
Exactly.
The first Safohin.
That's right.
Is that the first?
Brofumba Safohin.
The first.
Nana Kojo.
Brofumba. Where is the Brofumba's part?
And you are the first.
Yes. I'm the first Nana Kojo of the Brofumba Asafo.
Anyway, Raymond, let's get to a drive safe campaign because go and plan a fashion.
Yes,
we are planning it.
You have become Safohini. Anyway,
this matter, even though we support your
you let's move on.
Your laudable venture.
Do you understand Ghanaian tradition? You don't make yourself. You don't install yourself.
Yes, we know.
Do you know that?
Yes.
Okay.
You don't do what?
You don't install yourself. So
that is
don't make these claims. This is not like what's it called? A ministry that you can be appointed.
The Drive Safe campaign is brought to you by Joy News and the Multimedia Group and supported by Toyota. Superior quality, imperial general assurance, solid protection. And from Accra to Cape Coast, that stretch, it's perhaps one of the most dangerous you can actually travel without any difficulties at all. But when you're approaching Friday, for example, it becomes a very dangerous stretch because everybody appears to be rushing to Cape Coast on the stretch. And there are spots where you'll find sane drivers But generally, you have to be extra careful because people will do the overtaking at every corner. Even if they cannot see the approaching vehicles and where they are, or whether they cannot see ahead of them, but still they will do the overtaking. So please learn from the newer Safohin and make sure that you drive carefully on that stretch. Since now, because of planning and chieftaincy issues, our man will be traveling consistently to Cape Coast. Basically every weekend. He has to meet his people.
Yes. He
has to meet his people.
Yes, he has to meet his people.
As for the Afashe, we agree it could be. But please, ahead of that, make sure that you travel on that stretch and be careful, extra careful, so that we don't lose lives in the process.
Now let's learn how to say it right. Brought to us by Kingdom Books at Kingdom. Quality and affordability are their hallmarks. And Societe Generale Bank Ghana, the future is you.
Something must be done.
You say either, I say either.
I have another new word for you, and it's a good one. Defenestrate. D-E-F-E-N-E-S-T-R-A-T-E. Defenestrate. It means to throw something or someone out of a window. Of all the strange things to have its own word, right? Although it does come in handy. I can't tell you the number of corrupt politicians I'd gladly defenestrate from the top floor of Silver Star Towers. Yeah, a bit dark. But you, my dear friend, are not one of them, so don't you worry. There is a fascinating story behind the word defenestrate. It is derived from the Latin word fenestra, which means window, and it is believed to have been invented for one specific incident, the defenestration of Prague. On the 21st of May 1618, 3 Catholic officials were tossed out of a castle window by Protestant radicals. Sounds painful. Actually, they survived. A pile of rubbish broke their fall. I guess nothing kills the joy of a good defenestration like a big heap of trash, right? No danger of that at Silver Star Towers, though. That's definitely where to do it right. And that is how to say it right. Yeah, that's how to say it right. Okay, now, just before the news review brought to us by Access Bank More Than Banking, last night was fascinating. On PM Express, they've been doing this series of, manifesto topics, right? So they did the Agric Manifesto last night, and some very interesting thoughts were shared. Let's listen to a quick wrap of it.
The little we have been doing, it is skewed to cocoa. And I always want to say that if it comes to the cocoa, we are over-pampering the cocoa sector. For instance, if you take the Planting for Food and Job, it's a very flagship, a program for the MPP. We have the Planting for Food and Job. We have the Rearing for Food and Job. We have Aquaculture for Food and Job. We have Planting for Export and Rural Development. Yes, and all are competing for about 20% of what goes into agricultural budgeting. The 80% goes to cocoa. There was this workshop, it was done in Aqua Safari, that was 2017. And then I raised this issue that if we take the cocoa, let's say we reduce a little bit of the budget, and then we push it to other cash crops, like palm oil, like coconut, we can get a lot.
When you look at the climate change, we also have a version of the climate change. I can imagine that people think that climate change is something that is in Europe, it has been caused by Europeans or some people somewhere, and we are now feeling the brunt. What about our own contribution? If climate change is partly caused by human activity, what do we do to cause climate change? And today, it's not surprising at all when Dr. Charles indicated that prices are supposed to be coming down around this time because we are supposed to be harvesting, particularly the southern sector. Why are we not harvesting enough? It's all because not only about the rain, it's also because the lands are destroyed. If you look at when we started with Galamsey, and consistently, we've been destroying the land which is never reclaimed. I don't know how much of Galamsey land that has been destroyed has been reclaimed. If anything at all, it's insignificant.
The decentralization process of PFJ and any other form of subsidies should go directly
MOFA should focus on what they need to do and get the Department of Agriculture to actually drive agriculture project implementations in the country. And that is the only way we can begin to see results.
So you are saying that take politicians out of agric.
That's it.
And leave it to the technocrats?
Technical directors,
Leave it to the key implementers. And the key implementers, the value chain, the farmers, the input importers, and also the coordinators.
But what role then do you reserve for the politicians?
Well, let them focus on policy and let the experts actually now look at those who are not able to deliver based on their target, and they should punish for it. But when you have the politicians interfering, the other side of punishment or having the project taken from them is not able to get it achieved.
Yeah. So some interesting ideas for the future of the agri sector. What we ought to be expecting from potential leaders of this country. But to be perfectly honest, agriculture, don't you feel like we've left it on autopilot in this country? We've kind of left agriculture to take care of itself. We've decided that we are a cocoa growing nation, and that's about it, and so everything else just happens as and when the weather allows. There's no intention or deliberation in the cultivation of particular crops for particular markets, taking advantage of our particular unique, situation where we are in this country, what kind of soil we have. None of that thinking seems to be evident in our agricultural outputs.
Okay, yes, and I get the output part. But when it comes to the thinking, and I agree with you that the colonial structure was to ensure that we produce those industrial crops, oil palm, cocoa, for export. We seem still fixated on these products. But because for a very long time, cocoa has helped us through the difficulties and all of that. So we sometimes even select and identify and take cocoa out of the agri ministry and take it to the finance ministry times. So remember, some time ago, Cocoa Board said, we are under the finance ministry. So we are special. We are treated differently. Even in our budget outline, sometimes we do agri generally. Then we come to cocoa sector, separate it and give it the relevance. But we have tried to do policies. And mostly I like referencing them because we went into a process of doing what we call the Fast Step 1 Food and Agri Sector Development Programs. And this is when we came into the 90s and decided to grow into that. Then we went into Fast Step 2. Then we said we needed an implementation plan. So we said MetaSIP was our implementation plan. Then more recently, the more interesting, the more bombastic words like planting for food and jobs have all come to go. Now we are doing planting for food and jobs part 2. We have not had.
Let's not forget rearing for food and jobs.
Yes, and no, it's related brothers. Now, it's not been for lack of policy. The difficulty is that mostly the difference between what we conceive as the policy and what ends up being delivered, there is a huge vacuum. We can give a room for some deviation. So what we have lacked is prudent, consistent people who drive that sector with the intention to deliver the goals that we want. But me, I am not one of those who believes in export first, feed your people maybe in the future and let the people feed themselves. I believe first and foremost, agriculture policy should reflect in food sufficiency and food security for our people, which would invariably reflect in your inflationary figures and all of that. So when there's this discord there, every other thing you build on that sounds very utopian to me. We have not fixed the basis in that area. And the other time, Professor Irene Susanna Ejiri made the same point. In fact, she went through, she basically took down every single government policy and pointed out the major defects in all of them and why we are still doing the same things in the name of making progress now. I just hope that as we have these conversations, industry will put together a document and say this is the manifesto of the sector. In fact, that theory of having manifestos had always come from the theory that, for example, workers know what they want. So when you engage us, you're not engaging us because you're going to just tell us what you want. This is what we believe would promote and develop the sector. I'm looking forward to those things. The documents will be shared so that parties will now look at it. So let's rewind it this way. Because we are tilted towards the left, we are more likely to promote these ones than the other. So I will now sit back and choose which policies would influence the decision I make on the day that I'm supposed to go and vote. I just hope that that is where all these conversations will head towards. And not just, a couple of things being said here and there, and we come back to your original status without any difficulty of about going to the future. Then 5 years later, we will come back. Like the way we started the conversation about replacing import substitution industrialization. Every time we have higher inflation, we repeat that conversation.
You know what the problem is? The problem is that consistently we're focused more on numbers. And not just any numbers, number of persons whom we give funds to when it comes to the major policies or programs within the agricultural sector. And so instead of saying that, look, we want to be food sufficient, and so in becoming food sufficient, we have to develop these hectares of land. And in developing these hectares of land, this is what it's going to cost us. And so government is going to take this part of it, get people who have funds, because at the end of the day, all you're seeking is to get people who can then deliver. Unfortunately, and you've even seen it in Planting for Food and Jobs too, we are still focused on giving inputs to a lot of people so we can come back to the numbers. Count the numbers and say,
we are giving support to 15,000 farmers.
See, but that's not what you do. What we hardly do in this country is to say that we have increased production by this margin and thus have reduced our dependency by so margin. Okay? Even when we talk about, we have exported maize, and that's all. You don't talk about how you've been able to deal and what margins that we're talking about. This is the problem. Look, you don't need 15,000 farmers to feed Ghana. You can actually get, 100 farmers with funding provided by the state who can cultivate thousands of hectares and thus be in a position to feed the country. Unfortunately, and I have said that I've seen the Economic Enclave project, which is good, but that's what we should be doing in other parts of the country. It must not end. Even that one, we must look at helping people who already are within the sector, who have funding, who have the resources, who have the know-how. Because look, Raymond, if you were into, say, rice production over the past 10 years, and I gave you more funds to engage in rice production, you're better off succeeding than I, Winston Amwa, who's just getting into rice production. Because you have the experience.
Learned the lessons.
You've learned the lessons. But our problem is that consistently, we want to start with number of farmers, 5,000 farmers, 10,000 farmers. Then we'll expand it. We have created this number of jobs as a result, sometimes imaginary jobs. The point is that if it's mechanization you want to engage in, identify people, help them feed the nation. I do not in God's name understand how we have consistently been talking about, we import onions from as far as Niger. So when there's a conflict in Niger, then we say because of the conflict in Niger, the price of onion has gone up. Then we say, Burkina Faso, because of they are shutting down their borders. And so the price of tomatoes has gone up. And today, even if you're going to buy tomatoes, people tell you that I like the Burkina tomatoes, the Navrungo one, that one is sweeter, not the other one. What do? The only thing you have to do is to genetically engineer. If that is the tomatoes that you want, plant it. It's as simple as that. In today's world, we have seen departments of agriculture at various universities of Ghana, engaging in different varieties of, crops. Why can't we do same?
CSIR
is
created a strain of cowpea resistant to disease, suitable for the north. And already, those who make personal gains from agriculture are fighting it, creating all kinds of myths around it just so that it won't take.
If we are committed to changing things in this country, we will change things and the country will work. If we are committed. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we are. Anyway, let's move on.
Yeah, let's see if we can very quickly touch on these headlines and then go online.
The Daily Graphic is reporting this morning that the National Health Insurance Authority has launched the free annual health checkup initiative. So on your birthday, Wednesday, you'll get a text message which will invite you to a health post or health unit to go and get your checkup done. So we identify any difficulties that you may be encountering that you may not know early enough, so that hopefully we can treat it early enough. Now, there's another one about President launching road improvement program that happened yesterday, and the initiative.
That's a drip, eh?
Yes, yeah. The initiative is supposed to provide some 2,240 road construction equipment and create 10,000 jobs across the country. And that means your district will fix the roads in your district. Every district across the country, one district, one tractor fixing system, or something beyond that, right? So you will join me in saying this is a laudable venture.
You see, it's good. It's good that we have done this, but I've seen it before. You know, the bulldozer and those things that which plant pool supplied in the between 2012 thereabouts. You remember that project?
Yes, please.
So that's something that we've done before. It's good we're doing these things. It's good we're helping the assemblies. But my point is that it's come late in the day, one. Two, we must also ensure that it's not just for political gain. Okay? This is August 2024. We give these things, and all of a sudden we're talking about the number of jobs it's creating. I saw my road being graded in 2020 November, that they were going to construct the road. They have come back again this time around. So when I see these things, I ask myself, are we really serious? This time around, I want to give the benefit of the doubt because they are continuing and it looks like they will finish. But going forward, the construction and maintenance of roads should be a regular thing. You don't stay away.
Now that we are bringing back the road tolls,
I still do not think that if we're bringing back the road tolls, we must take off the e-levy.
Because it was either or at the time.
Yes. You told us. And to be very honest with you, I don't see how you want to bring back a road toll that generates between 82 and less than 100 million.
And it sounds like deception, really.
Yes. Less than that. So as for the road tolls, if you want to bring back the road tolls, scrap e-levy. After all, we pay so much money because of e-levy.
We need to raise more funds.
We need to raise more
pay
funds.
Our debt.
We need to raise more funds. It's such a small problem. If you want to raise more funds, reduce the wastage in this country, which we know. Why? You don't need to go to space to appreciate the fact that there's a problem when it comes to blocking the leakages in this country. I have told you how I continue to make reference to that 2015 letter, 36 billion at our points of entry. Kwete Nate has brought another one.
Porous borders. Yeah.
Porous borders. Instead of taking funds for the state, they're actually taking funds and pocketing it.
But the good news is that in the Auditor General's report, we have reduced the irregularities from what to be 17 billion at a time to now 8 billion. And that's almost like half in this case. And we have also done a lot of work in making sure that these ones are highly recoverable at more than 90%.
You see, Raymond,
we are making progress.
The thing about irregularities, if you don't go through gift miss, it's an irregularity.
That's true.
It may not necessarily mean that the money is lost. But in this case, I'm talking about the monies that we've lost.
Now, maybe the very last one. Are you registered voter in the Republic of Ghana? Yeah, you are. I see. Is it in Cape Coast North or Cape Coast South?
Cape Coast. Where's Abra?
The north. Why are you asking me north?
The Safohin is, attempted. Yes, Winston is also a registered voter. Actually.
Oh, yes, I am.
For some of us that were denied the privilege, we still have a small window, a couple of days from now till Saturday, today till Saturday, to be able to register. So try and get registered, okay? Dr. Silbokoku has promised me that this time I don't register me.
Oh,
yeah.
So finally, you can vote.
Okay,
Yes.
a quick one with a daily guide. Nana launches Drip for Better Road Network. Northerners embrace Bamia's vision of possibilities. Fiakoto sues A+ for $5 million Ghana cedis. An affirmative action bill passes a critical move in gender equality, says Minister Dakwa Newman.
All right, online news view brought to us by Zenith Bank in your best interest and Goyle Good Energy. India. Professor Nyako Bwampong served with injunction notice not to hold himself out as UCC Vice Chancellor. Oh, goodness. Again. All right, UCC Vice Chancellorship has suffered, this is the second time I'm seeing scandal around it. Mahama would renegotiate IMF deal if he regains presidency. I wonder who is saying that. Go find out at myjoyonline.com. Right now, though, it's time for the BBC News, brought to us by Fidelity Bank, believe with us, and Old Mutual, 10 years of greatness in Ghana, here for a lifetime.
Beautiful people, we are live in town, soaking in the excitement about the partnership between Access Bank and PABS, revolutionizing the way people move money across Africa. Let's hear directly from those reaping the benefits.
It's a relief. Anytime I send money back home, my family receives exactly what I send them, instantly.
I'm studying in Ghana, but originally from Nigeria. With this service, my parents send my school and hostel fees directly, and they do it with so much ease.
I run a fashion business. Let me tell you, sending and receiving money across Africa without those annoying forex fees has really cut down our operational costs.
Benefit from instant payments across Africa with zero foreign exchange hassle. Visit our website www.ghana.accessbankplc.com or call our toll free on 0800 00 4400 for all your cross-border payments.
Pass it with Access Bank.
Access Bank, more than banking.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Goyle, anytime, anywhere. From Wa to Tumu, now Vrungo to Bolgatanga, Tamale to Salaga, it's Goyle. Nkuranza to Banda, Kumasi to Abwasi, Tadi to Cape, Orokodo, Tama to Ho, Accra, and all over Ghana. Goyle brings you quality choices. Fuel up at any Goyle station near you. Goyle Good Energy. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Say donut, 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 donut. Hey, donut, 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 donut. Donut, donut. Yanko cotton donut. Donut, donut. Malaria super donut. Everybody follow nut sa malaria. A 3D till donut now. Ogonto. Malaria chill. Ohopopo. What do you do? I want the donut. No. Lonat scatter malaria. Lonat ide scatter malaria.
A quality product from Blaze GVS Pharma. Yenshishemu hu se malaria wa wumujam ansana wanum Lonat. Na nam yensearch na malaria no daso wo ho a ko hu dokota.
This advert is FDA approved.
Choboy! Yeah. We have a new leader in town. OBRNT. Amanfo. Madam was Sibibri. When him say my baby, maybe more charcoal for whiter teeth. More charcoal. Not only that, maybe lemon. More lemon. Zinc for fresher breath. More zinc. And fluoride for stronger teeth.
Introducing the new President Charcoal packed with more power with a combination of charcoal and lemon for naturally whiter teeth. Grab yours now. This advert is FDA approved.
Business Daily is in 30 minutes.
Football clubs must work under a strict policy of financial fair play. But what does this mean? The summer transfer window is now open and clubs are in business buying and selling players, but under the watchful eye of football's governing bodies who are monitoring how much they spend.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Welcome to the inquiry on the BBC World Service. Hundreds of colossal human-like statues are a world-famous sight on Rapa Nui or Easter Island.
They were never designed to be sheltered. And that's both their beauty and their attraction, but it's also the challenge. And it's also the threat.
From climate change. Damaged statues or moai highlight a wider problem.
Obviously, the concentrations of CO2 are also increasing. So you would expect that damage of the statues will actually accelerate with climate change.
So this week we're asking, can the Easter Island statues survive climate change?
I think if people come to Rapa Nui, they should know that the island is not only Moai, it's more than Moai.
I'm Charmaine Cozier. Join me on the inquiry after the news.
This is Danielle Yawowiecka with the BBC News. Hello. Tens of thousands have turned out for the funeral procession in Iran of the Hamas political chief Ismail Haniyeh, who was assassinated in Tehran on Wednesday. Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has led the prayers. Large crowds are following the coffin to Freedom Square. The Hamas leader is later to be buried in Qatar. Here's Kasran Naji from BBC Persian.
They are genuinely shocked by what has happened yesterday in Iran. Of course, they are as supporters of the Iranian regime, the Iranian government, but nevertheless genuinely taken back as to what has happened. He was an ally of Iran, an important one, and he was killed right in the heart of the capital, which speaks to a major security failure on the part of Iran's intelligence agencies.
The US Republican candidate Donald Trump has questioned the racial identity of his presumptive Democratic rival during a confrontational appearance at a black journalists' conference. Mr. Trump falsely accused Kamala Harris of always claiming to be of Indian heritage and, as he put it, only turning black a few years ago. Kamala Harris said his comments amounted to the same old show of divisiveness and disrespect. Multiple sources say the first long-awaited F-16 fighter jets have arrived in Ukraine. While Kyiv has not officially commented, the Lithuanian Foreign Minister Gabrielius Landsbergis confirmed their arrival. Here's James Waterhouse.
It's not yet known exactly how many F-16s have been delivered, but until now Kyiv has had to punch above its weight with a small fleet of Soviet-era planes to combat Russia's invasion. These powerful fighter jets will be a welcome addition too, as they're equipped with a cannon and can carry bombs, rockets and missiles. An unnamed US official has also confirmed the delivery had been completed. F-16s mark another step change in Western support, but it's acknowledged they won't solve all of Ukraine's battlefield problems.
The world's first comprehensive set of rules governing artificial intelligence comes into force today across the European Union. It'll take 2 years to be fully implemented. Chris Vallance reports.
First will come bans on uses of AI judged to pose an unacceptable risk. For example, in police systems designed to predict if someone will commit a crime. These will come into force in 6 months' time. Some critics argue the bloc's growing body of tech regulation could stifle innovation, noting that some firms have chosen not to roll out their latest systems in the EU. But officials point out that most AIs pose a minimal risk and may be used freely under the law.
World News from the BBC. The Venezuelan opposition leader has called for supporters to mobilise against President Nicolas Maduro after he vowed to hold on to power following a disputed election result. Maria Corina Machado said it was time to assert the truth. She said that after winning, it was now time to collect the victory. Nicolas Maduro was controversially declared the winner of Sunday's election, but the opposition says it can prove the government did not win after reviewing the majority of receipts from electronic voting machines. Australia's main welfare advisory agency says rates of imprisonment and life expectancy are getting worse for Indigenous Australians. The Minister for Indigenous Australians described the findings as deeply troubling. Here's Phil Mercer.
New data shows that key indicators of Indigenous welfare are going backwards. Incarceration rates for First Nations adults are 15 times higher than for other Australians. Suicide is the leading cause of death for Aboriginal people aged between 15 and 39. There has been progress on childhood education and the number of Indigenous babies born with a healthy weight.
Young people in Nigeria have called for countrywide protests on Thursday over economic hardship in the country. They've used social media and the hashtag #EndBadGovernance in Nigeria, taking their inspiration from similar recent demonstrations in Kenya, which forced the government there to backtrack on new taxes. The organisers in Nigeria are calling for a fuel subsidy to be reinstated. The authorities have pleaded for the protest to be shelved over fears of violence. On the sixth day of the Paris Olympics, some of the world's best golfers will begin their quest for glory at the Albatross course in Guyancourt, southwest of Paris. In the capital itself, the track and field events are also getting underway, beginning with the men and women's 20-kilometre race walk. And those are the latest stories from BBC World News.
My body. When you wake up in the morning and you know the money calling, oh, you go work, but you know it's out on your side. If I believe with us, if I hold my hand and believe, oh, cause you know it's out on your side. And when you dream, no say I live for you. And when you hustle every day, many wanna go. Anything you do, I live for you. Many want. If I believe I live your side, fidelity. If I believe with us, fidelity. If I know I live your side, fidelity.
Calling all shoppers. This month at Oka Decor, we have an offer that you simply cannot resist. That's right, enjoy an irresistible 20% off a huge variety of stylish and modern furniture. But wait, there's more. Stay tuned every week for more irresistible and exclusive deals and save big. Visit Oka Decor on Spintex Road to enjoy our irresistible offers.
Enhance your business operations with the HP Color LaserJet 150 NW printer. You can print, copy, and scan up to 19 pages per minute with high-quality mobile scans or customizable shortcuts in the HP Smart app that delivers effortless use from wherever you work so you can focus on growing your business. Take advantage of its Wi-Fi direct printing and intuitive touchscreen, which are both designed to simplify your day. With the HP Color LaserJet 150 NW printer, experience fast and easy setups and improved overall printing efficiency with a 20,000 page duty cycle built to keep you and your business secure and moving forward with embedded security that is pre-configured out of the box to detect and stop attacks. The HP Color LaserJet 150 NW printer is available at all Kompu Ghana stores. Visit kompugana.com or call 0302 752 020 for more information.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best.
Yes.
Since your man became Safon, he likes playing royal songs. So,
so don't worry. We'll go and all of us will join him in Cape Coast.
Yes, promoters of traditional authority.
Outdooring. When is the outdooring? We want to join
Saturday.
him.
Saturday.
This Saturday.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, you should have indicated
We're
that.
all
earlier.
invited.
We're all in. But this Saturday is so soon, too soon.
Yeah.
Wow. But don't worry, we'll join you at the festival.
Yeah, as for that one, you can't miss it. You can't.
So, will you be in your palanquin?
Oh no, we don't go in palanquins.
Yes.
Hey. Warrior kings, we walk.
No, I mean, no. Okay, you don't have palanquin. Yes, I was talking about I almost said proper chiefs, but the actual chiefs, no. Because the highlight of this is that the Otufo will be there, right?
That's right. And he will be in a palanquin.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Otumfo will be, carried in a palanquin through the principal streets of Cape Coast alongside all the major royalty who
brilliant.
Yeah. It's going to be beautiful. It really is going to be nice. So many events peppered across the week. It'll be fantastic. You guys should come. All right. Okay. Lots to do this morning. The Minister for Education joins us, Dr. Osei Edichum. And of course, if you have questions for him, I want to see them. Send them through. Use the hashtag JoySMS when you post them on X, or you can send them through to 055 1111 997. What would you want to ask the Education Minister? We've heard him say a few things. For example, he is absolutely certain that we should have a bill or a law for free SHS. Listen to him.
When you hear of us talking about free compulsory universal secondary education, an enactment of an act to guide, protect free secondary education, we are talking about ensuring that no child had a choice to say, I will not go to secondary school.
That's right. So we get into this with him, among other things. Lots and lots of things to talk about in the education sector, especially what the current state of our basic education is. Very interesting details were shared recently that of the kids up to 10 years old, 90% of them can not read. That is shocking. We'll talk about what he plans to do about that. Stay tuned. It's all coming up on the Super Morning Show.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy.
All right, some interesting stuff going on. Bank of Africa, in collaboration with the IFC, is planning to train 1,000 SMEs across the country this year. The first 40 SMEs will be trained today and tomorrow in Accra at the Central Hotel, which is at Ridge, from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. on both days. If you're interested, certainly make your interest known.
Now, do you have a game-changing, innovative business idea or project that can transform and impact society? This is your moment. Total Energies present the 4th edition of the Startupper of the Year Challenge. This year, we are looking for 3 winners. The best entrepreneur, also known as the Innovapreneur, the best project or innovative business idea, exemplify recycling and minimizing waste. That's the Cycle Up winner. And the best project promoting or related to sustainable and affordable energies, the Power Up winner. And that's not all. 4 additional projects in the Power Up category will be selected by an international jury. Don't wait any longer. Apply now at startupper.totalenergies.com for your chance to win financial support, professional mentorship, and a spotlight for your project. Terms and conditions apply. Hashtag Total Energies. Hashtag Startupper Challenge.
And so mark your calendar for Saturday, 3rd August 2024. Fidelity Bank is excited to invite you to the exclusive property event at the Mayfair Garden East Airport from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Visit our Fidelity Bank booth to get all the details on our flexible home financing offerings. It's an opportunity you won't want to miss. Fidelity Bank, believe with us.
So what is luck? Well, for many, luck is that glorious moment when you find money in your trousers right when you're broke. For others, luck is being picked out of a crowd for a reward. For us, luck is a life-changing event, and of course the guys at Luckiest believe that everyone deserves a shot at it. Luck is coming with prizes so exciting that they will make your head spin. You want to be the luckiest? Dial *712# and get your ticket. The more you buy, the better your chances of winning. And remember, when you hear that catchy jingle, it's your cue to pay attention. It could be your lucky day. Luck is on its way to you and your community, so stay sharp. The Luckiest. Luck is everywhere.
Now, Imperial General Assurance brings you the collision insurance policy. Yes, now we give you insurance beyond the road. The collision insurance from Imperial General gives you the protection in the event of a collision with another car or an object. The policy offers repair of your damaged car parts resulting from the collision, hospitalization benefits if you are admitted beyond 3 days. Yes, you need not be involved in an accident to benefit. All third-party benefits are available. So whether you're a taxi driver, trotro driver, or a private car owner, collision insurance is for you. Sign up for the collision insurance motor policy from Imperial. Call us today on 0577667436 or talk to your broker or any of our agents across the country for further details. You can also follow us on our social media handles immediately. Terms and conditions apply. Collision insurance. Insurance beyond the road. Imperial General Assurance. Solid protection.
Now, I'll tell you what, this has just happened. It's kind of related to what you were talking about. On the Ablekuma Road from School Junction, they've had to block the road now because of a suspected hit and run. Oh. Yeah, so please, if you're users of that stretch, be careful. If possible, find an alternative route. And that's the Ablekuma Road from School Junction. Okay, it's been blocked due to a suspected hit and run.
Right, so which bank in Ghana is always at your service?
OmniBasic.
Good. And which bank is ready to assist you with the 24-hour state-of-the-art contact center?
OmniBasic.
Which bank is Ghana's fastest growing corporate bank and bank of the year 2023?
Raymond, Omni Abaze.
Okay, not Basic. Basic. Yes, Basic.
Anyway, Raymond, listen to me carefully. At OmniBasic Bank, we're always at your service. So call us now on 0307086000 or 0302758555 and then 0800 100 790 toll free, or visit any of our branches nationwide to open an OmniBasic Bank account today and enjoy exceptional customer service. OmniBasic Bank at your service.
Now, if you're wondering where to hold your strategy planning meetings or board sessions or perhaps your staff retreats, there's only one venue. It's the Safari Valley Resort. Think of the green, serene environment, accessibility, meeting room capacity, the flow and layout of the space, room flexibility, quality of equipment, staff, and of course first-class catering services. Then it's got to be Safari Valley Resort. It's your number one choice. Call Safari Valley Resort on 059-691-4394. Safari Valley, bringing you closer to nature.
Is it too late for us to do our third-quarter planning there?
It's never too late.
Yes, you will not be there too. I mean, so for that.
So the third quarter, I won't plan some.
You join Vazum.
Yes, you join. Now, every time we eat, food and sugars are trapped between our teeth, leading to tooth decay, gum disease, and in some cases, foul breath. Brushing your teeth every morning and night with Pepsodent Cavity Fighter gives your teeth the protection they need, leaving you with 10 times stronger teeth. Pepsodent Cavity Fighter is fortified with pro-fluoride and microcalcium ingredients, sealing tiny and invisible holes in your teeth. This prevents cavities, keeps your teeth strong and mouth healthy. Pepsodent Cavity Fighter provides maximum cavity protection, 10 times stronger teeth, 25 years of educating to brush day and night, 25 good years, and yet some people don't want to listen. Pepsodent is recommended by the Ghana Dental Association. You get to actually get Pepsodent at any shop near you. Call our customer care or toll free on this number 0800 2030. Always remember to brush your teeth in the morning and before you sleep at night. Pepsodent, every smile matter.
Very, very important.
This is the bill that I want the MPs to sponsor to make it lawful. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So where are you headed today, Raymond? Are you going shopping at the mall, or you're buying fuel for your vehicle? Or you're enjoying your favorite meal at a restaurant, or getting home essentials at your favorite shop? I was talking about, it being a while since we actually went out together to have breakfast.
It's true.
We have to do that. Maybe tomorrow, I don't know. But or you're shopping online for the things you need, wherever you go, whatever you're doing, do it with the SG Visa card. The SG Visa card is your best option to make payments for goods and services online or anywhere with a point of sale machine. Enjoy a world of amazing opportunities. Available with the SG Visa card, go about your business anywhere in Ghana with the comfort and security of your money available to you always. Make your life easy and use your SG Ghana Visa card today. To find out more, call 0302 214 314. SG Ghana, the future is you.
All right. Well, listen, don't forget to go to kingdomstoreonline.com where you can get the very best quality office essentials, equipment, furniture, and stationery from Kingdom Books. It's all very affordable. You can pay via Momo across all networks, and you get free delivery if you're in Accra or Tema. Terms and conditions do apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
Now, Toyota Ghana has expanded its vehicle lineup with 3 new models that you should be interested in. I'm introducing to you, ladies and gentlemen, the all-new Toyota Vitz. This is a stylish, high fuel efficient A-segment passenger car with a compact design suitable for urban travel. For safety, it has a wireless door lock and an ultra-modern anti-theft system and an ISOFIX child resistance system. The next one is the Toyota Urban Cruiser. This C-segment crossover SUV features a robust design, advanced technology like a 3-spoke urethane steering wheel, a 4.2-inch TFT, a touchscreen audio display with a USB Apple CarPlay, and if you belong to the Android industry, Android audio connectivity. Also, the new and luxurious, let me say it again. This has been appearing in my dream. Now, the new and luxurious Toyota Land Cruiser 250 Prado. This boasts cutting-edge features like jump-protected power windows, an audio, telephone, and voice recognition steering switch, a UV cut sun and moon roof, an ultra-modern immobilizer, unmatched off-road capabilities, and a strong presence, inviting you to embrace adventure and luxury like never before. These 3 new additions to the Toyota range aims to provide the best value for your peace of mind and motoring and uphold Toyota Ghana's commitment to offering the very best when it comes to vehicle purchases and ownership experience. Whether navigating the city, embarking on an adventure, or asserting luxury, Toyota Ghana has a vehicle to meet your needs. Visit Toyota Ghana's branches in Accra, Temba, Kumasi, Takoradi, Takwa, and Tamale, or call 0302 910 204 for the unique Toyota experience. Toyota, superior quality.
Hello world, let's help you check your dream locations off your bucket list. Make your travel dreams a reality with Access Bank. Our aviation and hospitality desk is designed with you in mind. Now let's help you book and pay for your tickets and secure travel insurance. Not bad at all. Where do you want to go, Raymond?
Oh, yes, I'm hoping to do Egypt again. You know, I'm a man of the people.
And how about you, Safo Nanakujo the first? Where do you want to go?
Bora.
Oh, September, I'm going to Cape Coast.
Okay, maybe you need travel insurance, and so you must be contacting Access Bank.
On that stretch, there he will need
especially
insurance.
on that road.
Yeah, so whether it's a tropical escape or a visit to family, Access Bank has you covered. Avoid the hassle. Book your next flight with Emirates, South African Airways, Air Peace, or Africa World Airline through Access Bank. Our 55 branch network gives you convenience, easy payments, and security. Also, pay for your Qatar Airways flight with your Access Bank Visa card and enjoy up to 12% off. Visit africa.visa.com to register, or visit our website, ghana.accessbankplc.com, or call our toll-free number 0800 004400 for more information and assistance. Access Bank, more than banking.
All right. You have legal training, Ray. Is it possible to
buy a phone?
No. Is it possible
Pay
to
in thoughts.
Making me miss my train of thought. Is it possible to make your dream an intellectual property?
No, not at all.
Unfortunately.
On that note, we'll be right back.
Yes. All right, stay with us. All right, coming up, sports and birthdays and more on the Super Morning Show. Stay with us.
When you want to eat, just Momo it. Tired of the long queues in the supermarket? Pay with Momo. When you really want that beautiful new blouse, just Momo it. When you want to get a trim and get fresh to impress you know who, just Momo it. When you need to pay your utility bills and domestic staff, Shani Momo. When you want to send love to the family back home, send some Momo. Join the millions of MTN Momo users all over Ghana and live life the brighter way. So just Momo it. MTN.
Imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. Picture your rooftop transformed into a solar sanctuary, radiating with eco-friendly vibes and city-saving brilliance. Well, dream no more. With Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans, you can turn this dream into a dazzling reality. And guess what? Our renewable energy loans come at very low rates. That's right, we are not just offering loans, we are offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. Say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. So if you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, give us a shout on any of the following phone lines: 050-153-5789, 050-153-5790, 0244-674154. Let's chart a course for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dreams shine brighter than ever before. Standard Chartered, here for good.
And where do you think you're going?
To train in the garden.
With my broom?
Mom, it's a javelin.
Oh, really? And that plate?
That's not a plate, it's a discus, Mom. We are training to become winners.
Well, you know you need lots of energy to become winners. So you both better start your day with Twisco before you go anywhere. Besides its great chocolatey taste, Twisco is enriched with Enefort, a blend of energy-boosting vitamins and minerals for little winners.
Thanks, Mom.
Got to keep my little winners in shape. Twisco, power your dreams.
This advert is FDA approved.
All right, birthday messages on the Super Morning Show are brought to you by
MTN. Everywhere you go.
As well as Bank of Africa, as strong as a group,
as close as a partner.
Yeah, of course, the African Bank with global reach. Okay, birthdays.
Yes, this very special one is going out to a man who is a mentor to me and a mentor to many. His name is Dr. Emmanuel Victor Ebodeban. He's at Total Clinic. Fantastic man by all standards and qualifications. Today is Dr. Evie Deban's birthday.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Wonderful.
But this one says, happy birthday to Wedem Afajinu of Unique Academy. It's your birthday today, so happy birthday to you. As from all your mates and teachers. And also a happy birthday to architect Dr. Emmanuel Eyabotre, who's registrar for the Architects Registration Council. A glorious birthday is from your sweetheart Alice and kids and the Ejekum Hines. That's all from me.
All right, then I've got one here, and this is a belated birthday wish to Theodora Okine of Ernst & Young, Ghana. It's from Rotarian OP of Rotary Club of Accra Ridge.
Let's see, Kojo. I think I have a last one. Here. Let's see. Let me check that one.
Aira.
Okay, this one says, blessed 80th birthday to Mrs. Ellen, Alaba Amable Ashiagbo.
Okay.
That's what we see. We wish you more years of grace, divine blessings, and protection from the Most High God. We love you, Mom. From your children, Irama, Kuju, Akoko, Fuli, Makafui, Adaku, Ashiagbo, Hamen. Okay, that's it.
All right, okay. Well, in that case, the Joy Sports Center is now brought to you by
MTN.
Everywhere you go. Standard Chartered Bank,
here for good.
Twisco Food Drink, Twisco, power your dream. And if it's football you want, they've got it all. Yes, all of it on DSTV. All the leagues, all the cups, all the matches live in HD. This season promises to be exciting. DSTV, your home of entertainment.
And if it's football you want, we've got it all. Yes, all of it on DSTV, all the leagues, all the cups, all the matches live in HD. Watch Starboy Mo Kudus in his second season. I almost said Mo Farah at West Ham, and trust that you will get to see Kylian Mbappe in full action for Real Madrid all day, all night, no matter what bouquet you're on. You get to watch football. Renew your subscription today. Dial *759# and follow the prompts. This season promises to be exciting. DSTV, your home of entertainment.
So, folks, imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. I mean, picture your rooftop transform into a solar sanctuary, radiating with eco-friendly vibes and city-saving brilliance. Well, dream no more. With Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans, you can turn this dream into a dazzling reality. And guess what? Our renewable energy loans come at very low rates. That's right. We're not just offering loans. We are offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. Say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. So if you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, give us a shout on any of these numbers: 050-153-5789 or 050-153-5790 or 0244-674-154. And let's chat together. A cause for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dreams shine brighter than ever before. Standard Chartered, here for good.
Now, accessing super reliable healthcare should be the topmost priority for you and your family, and that is why Muti Plus, powered by MTN, is giving you just that today. For a subscription fee of just 25 cedis a month paid on Momo, you can sign on to a health subscription that gets you access to unlimited in-store consultations with qualified healthcare professionals and over 160 covered medications and tests at participating pharmacies in the Ablikuma, Sakaman, Dansuman, Mamprobi and Kaswa townships. Best part is that there is a dedicated nurse at the Muti pharmacy who can teleconference a doctor when you need it, so you can access the best consultation services. And to get this great product, all you have to do is download the Ayoba app and sign up today with your Momo account. So you download the Ayoba app and then you sign up with your Momo account. Take charge of your health conveniently and affordably. Sign up for Muti Plus, powered by MTN today.
And hello, Ghana. There's an exciting new chocolate beverage out there on the market. From the producers of Cowbell, permit me to introduce you to Twisco, a chocolate food drink with a blend of premium cocoa powder enriched with Enefa, a combination of energy-boosting minerals and vitamins, including vitamins B, C, D, iron, and many more. Twisco is available in 20 grams and can be found at your nearest neighborhood store in a delightful red sachet for only 1 cedi 80 pesos. To enjoy all the goodness packed in a sachet, empty contents into a mag. Mix with 180 ml of previously boiled water, milk, and stir. Start your day with a cup of the great tasting Twisco and power your dream. This is FDA approved. Now time for the Joy Sports Center.
And this also approved by Joy Sports. I am Bukta Nabila Apply. Coming up in today's edition, we have updates from Paris and a lot more. But first, it's been 3 years since then Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta told Parliament renovation works were ongoing at the Sekende Esipon Stadium. The maintenance of the facility since it hosted the 2008 African Cup of Nations has not been the best, rendering it unusable for some years now. But Sports Minister Mustafa Yusuf in a press conference says that the renovation works have now reached a roofing stage.
We have very good for you on the seaport. As we speak, the contractor is roofing the seaport. We told you from the beginning that work was ongoing. And we all know, because some of us, we decided to go and do finance. We are not technical people when it comes to construction. But the little we know is that when you are doing construction, there's no way the place will look very tidy until you finish.
And that's the sports minister. Meanwhile, former Black Stars captain Asamoah Gyan, who has been touring the country to create awareness about the upcoming All Regional Games, says that there's a lot to be done regarding sporting facilities.
Honestly, I think we have a lot of work to do. That was why we went on the regional tour, to create awareness about the All Regional Games. and then to see the facilities around. You remember we said any region that comes to Accra to win the gold medal, we'll try and go to that particular region to make sure we build what they want in Accra. So going there was for two things: to create awareness and then to see the facilities. From my point of view, I feel like yes, we have a lot of work to do.
Ghana has lots of work to do in terms of sporting infrastructure. That is according to Asamoah, and he was speaking to us here on Joy FM's game plan. Now, Samatex head coach Amadou Nuruddin says he will need to augment his squad to make them competitive for their Africa campaign. Speaking to Joy Sports, Nuruddin said he has lost some key players and will need to have them replaced.
We have lost some very key players. You can talk about Evans Osu through injury. The other side is safe to APL and then Kieke, who were very key and they were very, very instrumental in our qualification. And so we have made some new signings, but one thing is signing the players, and one thing is whether they will be able to adapt easily to team play. That is what we are praying, that they should be able to adapt to new environment, new situation, new tactical dispensation and what have you.
And talking of signings, Kumasi Asante Kotoko, they signed their 11th player yesterday when they announced the capture of midfielder Emmanuel Tenedu from Legon Cities. The 21-year-old has signed a 3-year deal with the Porcupine Warriors after featuring in 30 Ghana Premier League games last season. Let's go to the national team, and I'm referring to the Black Stars team that won the last African Cup of Nations in 1982. A member of that team is Opokunti. He says that the benefit the squad had for winning the tournament was boarding the presidential jet. According to him, despite a letter from the then head of state, Rawlings, promising them an honor that would outlive them and their generations, it was never fulfilled.
Before the finals, we were there. Then the late CK Jemfi, he came and said, "This is a message from our head of state," and he said it reads like this: "If you win this cup, we're going to honor you, and this honor will benefit you and your children." They took us from the airport to Konda Balas. That's the first time we met at Katapori, and he came to us and said, the old man, they called Papa J. old man, is sleeping, so he will come soon. We were there 30 minutes when they came. After the speech, he said, "Ghana has nothing to offer you except we salute you." I tell you, it pierces our hearts. If Ghana is suffering, I don't know. Maybe some players curse Ghana, I don't know. That one, I can't tell. But this thing, so many players decided not even to play for the nation anymore.
That was Opokunti speaking on a prime take. We go to Paris now. South Sudan's impressive start to the basketball competition at the Olympic Games was halted by a dominant USA who beat them to progress to the quarter-final. Joy Sports editor Fentio Tahiri Fentio was there and has more, as well as a wrap of Africa's performance on Wednesday.
Yes, Muftau, this win really never looked in doubt as South Sudan were no match for the 16-time champions. They suffered a 103-86 defeat at the Pierre Mauroy Stadium in Lille. USA led from the first quarter and never looked back, with Miami Heat's Bam Adebayo registering a team-high 18 points and 7 rebounds. For South Sudan, Nouni Omot, he led the way with a game-high 24 points. But although the game was very entertaining, this match was by no means as dramatic as when the two nations met earlier this month for that Olympic warm-up qualifier. The USA had to come from a 16-point deficit to win by a point. Now, after this game, the United States, of course, are through to the quarterfinals. I got the chance to speak to the USA Steph Curry and ask him if that practice match they played against South Sudan just before the Olympic Games made the pool game much easier for them to win.
I wouldn't say it made it easier. It helped us for sure because you understand how they play and you got to feel it a little bit. But there's a sense of urgency for sure right now, knowing we're in the Olympics and every game counts. And our game plan was a little bit better coming into the night, so that helped. But it's still not easy. Everybody's got to be ready. They are athletic, they're fast, they can shoot, they're physical, so they challenge you for sure, but it definitely helps.
Well, all hope is not lost for South Sudan, who can still qualify for the quarterfinals with a win against Serbia on Saturday. Their captain is Kwani. He knows the game won't be easy.
I mean, Serbia's a tough opponent. They got Jokic, NBA MVP, guys playing in the EuroLeague. We just have to come and, give it 100% and just try our best. We lost them in the World Cup. So, again, another team that we have to go in, lock down and come in and give 100%.
Elsewhere in the ring, Cindy Ngamba, who is competing for the refugee Olympic team. She was originally born in Cameroon and moved to the UK at the age of 11. She's through to the quarterfinals of the women's boxing event, 75 kg. After her win, it was a very emotional evening for Ngamba. And on the field, humiliation was completed for the African women's football teams, with both Nigeria and Zambia handed very heavy defeats in their last group games. Now, having lost their opening 2 matches, both teams were already heading out of the competition before their last games, but a 4-1 defeat at the hands of Germany means Zambia go home having conceded 15 goals in their 3 group games. Nigeria were not so charitable at the back despite their 3 defeats. They lost 3-1 to Japan in their last game. That was their heaviest defeat in the competition. Elsewhere in the women's football, Canada did the unthinkable, winning all 3 group games to progress to the quarterfinals, despite having been docked 3 points for spying on New Zealand, and their coach also being sacked as a result of that. The defending Olympic champions, they won all 3 group games for 9 points, but lost 6 of those points to the disciplinary decision. But somehow they still finished second in their group after last night's 1-0 win over Colombia. Canada will now take on the USA in the quarterfinals. And not so great news for Brazilian legendary female footballer Marta. She could have played her last game as a professional footballer after being sent off in Brazil's last group game against Spain, which they lost by 2-0. Brazil finished third in the group and they did not progress to the next stage. And Marta, remember, announced before the competition that the Olympics will be her last tournament. And I'm not sure that's exactly how she would have wanted to bow out of the great game. She's given so much. After 5 days of competition, Africa's medals count still remain at 5, with South Africa winning 3 of those, while Tunisia and Egypt have chipped in with 1 each.
Thank you. Thanks very much for that update. It is day 6, and the race walk was delayed by a few seconds due to a thunderstorm. But now, Nigeria Sports Minister and John Eno, he has asked the Athletics Federation of Nigeria and the Nigeria Olympic Committee to immediately ensure that sprinter Favor Ofele is able to compete in the 100 meters race at the Olympics, though it is impossible at the moment. Ofele made it known on Tuesday that she will not compete in the women's 100-meter race at the Olympic Games because officials did not enter her name. Now, why is there so much noise surrounding her inability to compete? Here's Nigerian journalist Tracy Shapeli.
Only just last Olympics, we saw where over 25 athletes had issues with registration and whatnot. So there's an argument that, is it that the ministry is a place where people, or the NOC is a place where people get job opportunities, appointments, and then start fighting different athletes that they feel like they need to put under certain control? Favor Ofele is a potential medalist at any competition, especially with the way she has been on her program, her training, and she's in the form of her life. And having seen Nigeria without her for the 100 meters is a disservice and it's unfair to her.
It is service, she says. Meanwhile, Jamaica Space Queen Sharika Jackson will not also be competing in the women's 100 meters race. Jamaica's track officials confirmed that she will be replaced by Shashale Forbes in the event. Jackson will now compete in the 200 meters. And their basketball team will be playing France at 3:15. And that's how we wrap up Sports Center here. With me, Muftahu Nabila Habla. With Winston back here, I'm sure today I don't have a question to answer.
You have no question to answer. But why are the Jamaicans not wanting to run in the 100 meters?
It's only Sharika.
But this one, okay, Thompson Hera couldn't make it.
Yeah,
she's
injured. Well, actually, she got injured in the last Diamond League event that happened in London, just June. So she wants to manage her schedule a bit because she'll be part of the 4x1 as well.
I thought she was running from Shakari Richardson.
No, I'm not too sure because in the last World Champs, these two were neck to neck. So,
all right. Thank you very much, Mufta, for joining us. Let's get interactive here on the Super Morning Show. If you have any question for the Minister for Education, Dr. Yawase Edichum, send it to WhatsApp number 05511111997 or on X, use the hashtag JoySMS. Social media messages on the Super Morning Show brought to us by EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa. And Malatu from Ernest Chemist, Malatu, power over malaria. I know every day people face different emergencies, police emergency, fire emergency, medical emergency, you name them. But many Ghanaians don't know the emergency numbers. Well, here's one you would want to remember. *770#. Yes, *770# is the new EcoBank Money emergency number, and it gives you instant access to loans, fund transfers, utility bills, payment, airtime and data purchases, and so much more. You don't need internet for this. Just dial *770#. No need to panic in any money emergency situation. EcoBank will always come to your rescue. Dial *770# now for solutions to your money emergencies. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. Stay with us. We'll be right back with Food for Thought, brought to us by Roverman Productions.
When shopping for a dress, you say,
of course, a low burst line, a little tight by the hips, covered sleeves, off shoulder, definitely.
But when buying anti-malarial drug, you say,
is it not malaria? Give me whatever is available.
Choose your malaria drugs the same way you choose your dress. Always ask for Coartem. It's also available in cherry-flavored dispersible tablets for children. Don't gamble with malaria. Choose right. Choose Coartem. If symptoms persist after 3 days, consult your doctor. Malaria testing should be done before treatment. This advert is FDA approved.
EcoBank Mobile, they make me say, EcoBank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Download it. You go enjoy it. Hit my rhyming check. Rhyming check. Hit my rhyming check. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even chest tights with the Apple. EcoBank Apple.
Life is easy with the EcoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. You know, it's 5-star life with EcoBank. Can promise.
Right, so welcome back. And now time for Food for Thought, brought to us by Roverman Productions. The difference. Uncle, good morning.
Hey, my favorite producer.
Uncle, hope you are fine this morning.
Oh, I am. And what about you?
God is taking care of his children. We're doing well.
Great. Today happens to be the birthday of a very special man, Mr. K.T. Dazi of First African Group Limited. He was my boss for many years. And I learned a lot from him. He treated me so well. So, Mr. K.T. Dazi, that's the husband of Mrs. Gifty Afenye Dazi.
Okay.
Good morning to you. And happy birthday. May this be your best year yet. And I was just this morning, I am going to, I'm trying something. Knowing your taste, let me see what you think of what I'm going to do this morning. Is that a deal?
Yes, it's a deal. Let it go.
All right. So this is an open letter. Dear mysterious girl, first of all, permit me to introduce myself to you. My name is James Ebo White, but everyone calls me Uncle Ebo White, and I enjoy being called that. I am now a playwright and producer of live theater, the National Theater here in Accra, every quarter. I know none of this will make sense to you, but please hang on. I promise you that this letter is going to get very interesting to you very soon and may shock you no end. I just turned 70, but I have not always been 70. In 1967, I was 13, and that was when our story began. Yes, we have a history. But before you wear yourself out mentally trying to remember where and how we are connected, let me put your mind at ease by assuring you that you will not remember me because my existence never registered with you. Now, let me get into the meat of the story. I referenced 1967, and I want you to see if you remember 1967. If your memory is still good and sharp, I'm sure that you will remember that in 1967, you represented your school at the Inter-Schools Athletics Competition at the Kumasi Sports Stadium, now Baba Yara Sports Stadium. You represented your school in the 100 meters and the 200 meters races, and you won both races. Remember? I'm sure you are wondering how I remember the competition. And no, I was not in the same school with you. I remember the competition because I was also at the competition representing South Centreso LA Middle School in the 100 meters and the 200 meter races. I was a reserve for my school, and so I did not get to run. And that is how I had time to watch you, because you were also doing the 100 meters and the 200 meters, but for girls. You caught my attention not just because you won your races. You caught my attention because of the way you ran. You were poetry in motion. You were so graceful in the tracks, and you made it look so easy and made your competitors look as if they were not trying at all. You won my heart even before you finished the race. After the race, I tried to reach you at the stadium to congratulate you and also to let you know that you have just won my heart. But your achievements made you the toast of everyone in the stadium, and you were mobbed by your teachers and your schoolmates and others. And so I just stood and watched as they carried you away. You were so exuberant and jubilant, and so was everyone around you, and you looked so beautiful. My dear mysterious girl, I must tell you that for days, I simply could not get you out of my mind. You dominated my thoughts completely, and I daydreamt and fantasized about you all weekend. And I prayed fervently that I would meet you again to tell you how much I had fallen in love with you. Oh, the fantasies of a 13-year-old boy. Now, this is why I believe prayers are answered. The week after the competition, I saw you, but again, you did not see me. You see, my mother had a stall at Asafo Market at the fresh fish section. Now, there was a road that cut through the market and was a shortcut to Amakom. Now, guess what? That road ran right in front of the fresh fish section of the market. And I saw you walking along that road towards Kegetia, alone. There were no fans, no adoring and cheering schoolmates, and no teachers around you, just you, looking as graceful as ever, as beautiful as ever. My heart jumped several beats. I could not believe my eyes. Here was a girl I had prayed all weekend to meet again, and here she was, walking right in front of my mother's store, alone. But alas, the shock of seeing you made me freeze. I could not move. I wanted so much to walk up to you and say hi and congratulate you, but I just stood rooted to the spot and watched you till you disappeared into the distance. I quickly checked and noted the time. And that day when I went home, I prayed to God to let you use that route again. And then I spent the rest of the evening rehearsing what I would say to you when I next saw you. The following day, I positioned myself in front of my mother's store around the time I saw you the previous day in the hope that you would pass by again. And this time I was ready and eager to talk with you. Oh, I was so ready. I knew what I would say and how I would approach you. And for a moment, I thought time had stood still because of my eagerness to see you. Time wasn't moving fast enough. And then, at exactly the same time, I saw you. Like the previous day, you were in your school uniform, and again, you were alone. This was my chance, I said to myself. And then I froze again.
Oh.
I just stood there, staring and watching, as I did the day before. Again, I watched you till you disappeared into the distance. When you had vanished from sight, I began to berate myself. I was so upset with myself for freezing. And after beating myself over and over, it just hit me that this may be your normal route. And so I would have another chance the next day to make amends. So again, that evening and throughout the night, I rehearsed my approach and my lines. And this time, I was so sure that I will not watch you go by without approaching you. The next day, just as I had predicted, right on time, there you were. Same route. But you were on the other side of the road. So I crossed the road towards you. But when I got close, I lost my nerve. And so I walked past you as if I was headed somewhere. To my great anguish, I was reduced to just watching you walk gracefully away with no idea that your greatest fan was standing behind you, watching, wishing. My dear mysterious girl, this went on for days until school vacated, and you did not use that road again. I never discovered your name. I guess you attended one of the schools at Asafo or Amakom, but I never found out which. But every now and then you come to mind, and I wonder how you would have responded if and only if I had gathered the courage to make a move. As I said, I am 70, and all I have now are memories and a lot of what-ifs. I hope life has treated you well. I hope you found true love, and I hope you are still alive and listening to this open letter and celebration of my feelings for you then. Oh, how deeply the 13-year-old me loved you. Or was it just infatuation? Well, whatever it was, I need you to know that you kept me awake several nights and you were in my fantasies for a long time. And I need you to know that you will always remain my special, mysterious girl. And this is from me, Ebo. And now, dear listener, you may be wondering why I am sharing this letter with you. Well, the truth is that I have no special reason for that, except to show you the kind of things that sometimes run through the mind of a 70-year-old. Thanks for listening, and God bless you. Oh, you say?
Oh, uncle.
Yes, sir.
Oh, in fact, you would have needed a betweener in those days.
It didn't even occur to me.
Because, this one is what the boys term in those days as moflazy.
Okay.
Mr. POP. But
Yeah,
even
POP.
in your case, you couldn't move further.
No, I couldn't.
Oh.
I was so close.
Oh, no. Anyway, we hope she's alive and listening. And we hope she would know that she's the one.
Oh, no, she will know because of the dates I've given. 1967, Kumasi Sports Stadium, 100 meters and 200 meters. She will know.
Oh, okay.
No, she will know.
Oh,
She can't miss it.
Okay.
And actually, if anyone went to do the research, they will find out.
Okay.
Because it will be in the records.
Well, if there's anything like a second coming, it's my prayer that...
Oh, no. This one, no second coming. No, it's okay.
It's my prayer that if you go and come, next time there'll be Vim. Anyway.
Listen, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
Thank you to have a great day, Uncle White, for joining us with Food for Thought. And it's now time for the Joy Business Minute, brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana CBG. We stand with you and Anointed Electricals, the generator experts, and build free solar hybrid air conditioners, superior cooling with lower energy.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you, Anointed Electricals, the generator experts, and build free solar hybrid air conditioners, superior cooling with lower energy. Economist Professor Godfrey Bokman has pointed out that Ghana may not be able to fund priority sectors of the economy when the country exits the International Monetary Fund program in 2026. Currency analyst Courage Buti has said the city's performance in a half year will largely depend on how government manages its election spending. Total revenue of telecoms giant MTN reached more than 8 billion cedis for the first half of the year. And CrowdStrike is being sued by shareholders after a faulty software update by the cybersecurity firm crashed more than 8 million computers and caused chaos around the world. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you, Anointed Electricals, the generator experts, and build free solar hybrid air conditioners, superior cooling with lower energy.
All right, so welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And on Big Stories this morning, brought to us by Telecel, connecting Energy's latest film, Your Partner for Life, and Lancaster University, Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa.
When you hear of us talking about free, compulsory, universal secondary education, an enactment of an act to guide, protect free secondary education, we are talking about ensuring that no child had a choice to say, I will not go to secondary school. A little over 800,000 students were enrolled in senior high schools. Today, it's 1.4 million plus enrolled in our secondary schools. A great accomplishment. So as we prepare the youth through the community of excellence, they know that free senior high school is waiting for them.
Right, so that's Minister for Education, Dr. Yao Osei Educhum, who will be joining us here on the Super Morning Show this morning. Raymond, lots of issues, but of course, he's been talking about the state of education in Ghana and what we've been able to do over the years and what he intends to do, particularly the focus on STEM. And that's something that we have talked about.
No, as for STEM, I have said 100%. I support fully. It's the future of our education structure. It should not be mere lip service. It should be delivering on the values that are required in there. Science, technology, engineering, mathematics is the future. We are quite late. Some have tried, but it's not too late to reform for the future. If a certain generation did not get that benefit, the world is moving on at a pace that we cannot be left behind. We cannot still be producing grammar-based students who struggle to fit it into any sector. That we come and do. It was Professor William Barboatin who did some study saying there's a mismatch between the quality or the skills that we are produced in our graduates and the skills that are needed by the job markets. And that whilst you are spending quality time producing a certain level of skill, predominantly middle to low level of skilled people, the high level of skilled people that we need, and I'm not saying mere education, you can have an MBA and be without skills. It's very possible. And I mean, I see so many people like that. That is why there's this very controversial conversation that I had with a teller in Buckingham. The woman says that her teller's job is only for people who have just left high school. Yes. But show me any high school graduate who is a teller in the Republic of Ghana. So the mismatch is huge. We are deploying people with extraordinary skill, hopefully, into areas that they should not be, basically undermining or reducing the impact they're supposed to have on the system. It's because fundamentally we have not fixed a certain gap in our education. And he said something, I saw the thing, that we are moving away from true and poor system. This thing, they keep saying it. I'm not seeing the impact on the ground. Do you know how I will see the impact on the ground? If the curriculum is remolded to make it innovative thinking based and not necessarily the one that you have taught me something that I won't mention his name. He quite has asked people to think outside the box. I'll tell you about this story. There's a professor who spent quality time. His notes, he reproduced the notes as exams. Then he will take out heavy words. They ask people to fill in those ones. There's a professor like that. Then when that professor left, yes, you feel it.
Wow.
Now, when that professor left the school, I almost tempted to mention the school. Then after
mention the school.
No, they will know. after leaving the school, this professor was out there saying people should think outside the box. when he spent his entire
life in the box.
Yes. And who are you? And the worst part is that he will go around. So yes, somebody read one line. You forgot this one. You should have told me that. So he reads the line that reaches, let's say, realization, which is what I'm holding now. And if you're unable to mention the realization, or if you mention another word which is not realization, you're in trouble.
Amazing.
Maybe it fitted into a certain generation when it came to production of education, the people that are required, or the skills.
Actually, I question that.
Yeah.
I question that. I wonder if there was any time in human evolution when the ability to memorize words qualified you to do any particular job. just to memorize words. Unless
mechanical rules.
I wonder. So our education has always not been to make us capable. It has only been to make us qualified, to basically make us pass exams, but not to make us capable. So like you said, in other parts of the world, if you graduate high school, there are jobs that you are qualified to do.
You fall into a system that provides jobs for you. Not that in our system where, if
you graduate high school and you don't do anything else, you are lost in the system.
The jobs that the high schoolers should be doing are being taken up by people with MBA. How dare you?
Precisely.
How dare you say that at high school you want any meaningful job to do? So people, even without saying a lot of things, will say, well, if you talk to some of the managers, I met a manager at DHL Mondelez. The gentleman said, when he left high school, he got a job at DHL. And for the period, he's a manager. And he said, hey.
Yes.
But when I see the guy in his Range Rover and the things accompanying that, I was quite taken aback by, where did you get all of these things? So when he left, then all that he had to do is continuous development throughout the years that he has actually stayed on the job and get on that. How many of those chances are available to the people of this republic when they leave senior high school? It's almost as if that certificate but even people's degrees are worthless. How much more the high school certificate? And so we should be concerned about the kind of human beings we are producing because of the system we find ourselves. There's nothing like low skill, high earning jobs now. They've all become high earning, high skilled, low earning jobs.
Precisely.
And there's a scramble for that particular space. That means we are wasting the human resource that is abundant on the continent and in this country. Sometimes this same human resource flourishes elsewhere. So you ask yourself, it is not the people, it is the system that produced them. So that's why conversations like STEM and all things make me very excited. I just hope that it does not remain on paper. Again, I think one of the things I want to see is that if Educhum is coming in studio today, he should bring his sector performance reports. Those days, they used to publish it on the internet. The last time I saw one was like 2019 or so. He should bring and share with all of us so that we can independently follow the performances, not the ones they are saying in press conferences.
But these things are electronically available.
Yes.
So even if he doesn't turn up with them and we ask for them,
it should be
here
online.
with his team. Someone should be able to look it up
that
he can speak.
Say that, we published the 2023 Sector Performance Report on this date, and it's on this website, so that we can all follow the progress and follow through with what's happening with the education, because that is how we want to produce. Human resource is our biggest resource. People think it's natural resource. Human resource is our biggest resource,
especially here in Africa.
Yeah.
All right, listen, so we're getting into it today on the Super Morning Show. Stay with us. And of course, if you have questions, make sure you send them through to us using the hashtag JoySMS. We will put your questions to the minister on your
Super Morning Show.
Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Now, are you ready to be the next millionaire in town? The Telecel More Money promotion is getting exciting. 2 lucky winners have been rewarded 30,000 Ghana cedis each this week at Madina and Ahafo in the weekly draw. So what are you waiting for? 1 million Ghana cedis of grand prize is up for grabs, and it could be you. So just reload your mobile using your Telecel cash wallet and be part of the daily and weekly draws, where you could win up to 30,000 Ghana cedis every week. Purchase data or airtime using your Telecel cash wallet and double your chances. Making payments onto your fixed broadband also gives you a chance to be the next millionaire. The more you reload, the better your chances of winning in the Telecel More Money promo. To opt in for free, dial *500# or send the word WIN to 500 or visit the Telecel Play app. The promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Telecel, connecting energies.
Now picture this, you are lying in bed after a long day seeking comfort and relaxation, but instead you are met with a mattress that sucks beneath you, a reminder of shortcuts and compromises. Your comfort and well-being should have never been compromised. That's why we at Latest Foam prioritize quality above all else. Step into our showrooms and experience the difference for yourself. Our high-quality mattresses and furniture are crafted with ultimate realization in mind. Now, picture waking up refreshed, rejuvenated, and ready to take on the day. That's the latest foam promise. Invest in your well-being. Choose latest foam. Otherwise, you they do yourself. Now, you know that song, right? You they do yourself. Yeah. Latest foam is your partner for life. Visit us there and sleep better tonight. Call us at +233 302 231155 or +233 322 008499 or visit us online at latestfoamghana.com.
Now, do you want a British degree at a fraction of the cost? Do you want a vibrant student experience in a community that equips you with useful employability skills? Yeah, we've just been talking about that. Taking you one step closer to the career of your dreams? Well, enjoy all of this and more, plus up to 50% scholarship for your degree at Lancaster University, Ghana. Be taught by the finest faculty trained in UK standards trained to UK standards, at their campus. For more information, go to lancaster.edu.gh. You can also email admissions@lancaster.edu.gh or call 020-960-7008. Lancaster University, Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa. All right, more to come on the Super Morning Show, including the Education Minister himself, Dr. Yao Osei Edichum.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Are you hoping to start university this October? If you want a British degree from a world-class university at a fraction of the cost, then join Lancaster University Ghana in Accra. With a diverse student community, vibrant campus life, and up to 50% scholarship to support your study, Lancaster University Ghana provides you with a world-class education that creates endless possibilities globally. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Apply to join Lancaster University Ghana, where learners become leaders. Admissions are currently open for our 2024 intakes. Apply now for our foundation and undergraduate programs. For more information, contact us at +233 030 221 8989 or send an email to admissions@lancaster.edu.gh. Lancaster University Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa.
Ghana way, tell us how the more money promo now.
Everybody likes money, but what do we like more than money? More money! Join the Telecel More Money promo and win money, more money, and even more money. Simply opt in for free and reload your mobile and broadband and be the lucky winner of the 1 million Ghana cedis grand prize. Also win cash prizes of up to 3 million Ghana cedis in the daily and weekly draw. Opt in for free by dialing *500# or send WIN to 500, or you can opt in on the Telecel Play app. The more you reload, the higher chances of winning in the Telecel More Money promo. Keep loading, win, and be a millionaire.
Telecel. Connecting energies.
Terms and conditions apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
Hey, Cashman.
Yeah.
Don't you know Nana has assembled all of us and you are here making calls?
My generator is spoiled too. So I'm calling a renowned Ghanaian company with an excellent track record in the sales and repairs of generator sets in Accra to come and repair for me.
Oh, is it Anointed Electricals?
Yeah.
Anointed Electricals deals in quality and genuine generators with high fuel efficiency. We also rent generators.
They sell quality generators from 10 kVA to 2,500 kVA. They have spare parts of other generators and can repair every faulty generator set even if you didn't buy from them.
Look, now we don't have any electrical problem in Accra.
Oh, how?
Because Anointed Electricals is right here at East Legon, Lagos Avenue, opposite Tomric Hotel.
And that's why Nana is calling us.
Okay.
Yes. If you want to buy a brand new generator or repair the old one, visit Anointed Electricals. Or if you are within Accra, call our hotline 0246 423 534
or call 0243 480 334. They have qualified and dedicated men on 24-hour after-sales service.
Then let's go and listen to Nana. Let's go.
Gosh, after giving you the hint, won't you give me anything?
Anointed, the generator experts.
Coffee in your cup.
If Baumia becomes president and he becomes a driver, Napo becomes a mate. He can't be talking anyhow to a driver.
I can tell you that Otunfo spoke in Proverbs to a wise child. And what he spoke in Proverbs, he expects his grandson to understand.
You are singing everything. I can see the whole song. If we start copywriting like certain phrases and things, we can be traced back to them. But I'm going to sue the Holy Spirit.
We live in a world where without money, you cannot move.
Okay.
So the earlier we all accept this reality and stop being hypocritical, love, or no bear man or cry, or you don't know
if you have the option to choose a PhD in Ghana and an American passport, what will be your choice?
So you are expecting me to sit here and say I'll choose PhD over a foreign passport. Why would I want to do that? In this Ghana and in this economy.
It's not your original source. We are looking at
having seconds and someone else.
If Baumia becomes president and he becomes a driver,
to stress about always using your laptops or desktops to get news on your favorite news portal, myjoyonline.com. Life becomes easy with Joy. We've got you covered. Simply go to your app store on your mobile phone and download our new My Joy Online app, conveniently designed to enhance your reading experience. Watch and listen to your favorite MGO shows and stay updated with our political, entertainment, sports, business, lifestyle, and research stories. Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible. Exciting times indeed. No need to stress about always using your laptops or desktops to get news on your favorite news portal, myjoyonline.com. Life becomes easy with Joy. We've got you covered. Simply go to your app store on your mobile phone and download our new My Joy Online app, conveniently designed to enhance your reading experience. Watch and listen to your favorite MGO shows and stay updated with our political, entertainment, sports, business, lifestyle, and research stories. Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible. Exciting times indeed. No need to stress about always using your laptops or desktops to get news on your favorite news portal, myjoyonline.com. Life becomes easy with Joy. We've got you covered. Simply go to your app store on your mobile phone and download our new My Joy Online app, conveniently designed to enhance your reading experience. Watch and listen to your favorite MGO shows and stay updated with our political, entertainment, sports, business, lifestyle, and research stories. Joy News, independent, fearless.
Baumia becomes president and he becomes a driver. Napo becomes a mate. He can't be talking anyhow to a driver.
I can tell you that Otunfo spoke in Proverbs to a wise child. And what he spoke in Proverbs, he expects his grandson to understand.
You are singing everything. I can see the whole song. If we start copywriting like certain phrases and things, we can be traced back to them. But I'm going to sue the Holy Spirit.
We live in a world where without money, you cannot move.
Okay.
So the earlier we all accept this reality and stop being hypocritical, love, or no bear man or cry, or you don't know
if you have the option to choose a PhD in Ghana and an American passport, what will be your choice?
So you are expecting me to sit here and say I'll choose PhD over a foreign passport. Why would I want to do that? In this Ghana and in this economy.
It's not your original source. We are looking at
having seconds and someone else.
If Baumia becomes
promised you a conversation with the Education Minister. Yes, and that's about to kick off in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. This is the station for it. Joy 99.7 FM. Our guest will be seated in just a moment, and we'll start opening up all the important issues of education with him. But before that, and by the way, you can watch it live as well on our YouTube channel and on Facebook Live, or you could listen on our X space, wherever you go, if you want to keep consuming it even after you come out of your vehicle. All right? Okay, now stay ready for unexpected funeral and accidental disability costs with Mebambo Life Insurance on MTN and Telecel by Hollard Life. And Wosokra, because with as little as 2 Ghana cedis, or even 10, 25, 50 Ghana cedis per month, you can get up to 30,000 Ghana cedis for funeral and accidental disability costs. Just dial *269# to register on MTN or Telecel with your Ghana card, and use the Ghana card number, and that will automatically set you up for your monthly deductions, which will be made from your mobile money wallet. Add as many as 7 biological dependents to cover your spouse, children, parents, grandparents, and in-laws. No stress at all with a quick claims process. Get more Asumdwe with Hollard Life Mebambo and live your best life. It is insurance made for you. Terms and conditions apply.
And the heat is on, energy levels are high, bigger and extremely hot as another thrilling arithmetic competition is set to blow your mind. Mori Education Limited brings to you the much anticipated annual ACMA's National Competition and Picnic themed Unlocking the Inner Potential for Tomorrow's Digital World Through Mental Arithmetics, scheduled to happen at the Pentecost Convention Center, Gomafete, around Kaswa, from Friday the 9th to Sunday the 11th of August 2024. Don't miss out on this fun-filled educational experience. Come witness an outstanding display of brain power, speed, confidence, and mental agility. Side attraction includes bouncy castles, trampoline, face painting, train ride, BEC challenge, and other exciting fun activities. Folks, what time is it? It's ACMA's time. Yeah.
All right. Now, are you tired of paying exorbitant electricity bills? If you are, then consider investing in a top-tier solar solution from Ghana's leading solar company, Translight Solar Limited, at highly competitive prices. With Translight Solar Systems, you can reduce your electricity cost and escape doomsday permanently. Solar power is no longer just a backup for ECG, but a viable everyday energy source. Install a system from Translight Solar and enjoy uninterrupted power supply. Visit 98 Boundary Road, East Legon, between ARS and the American House. You can also visit translightsolar.com or call 0504 249 229 or 0206 542 454 for early bird deals. Everywhere there's sunlight, there's Translight.
Great. And are you expecting that old car or a home makeover or a relaxing beach getaway? Use your ABSA card 10 times or more in a month, and you could be a lucky winner in the ABSA Change Your Story promotion and extra entries by using our digital channels 5 times or more. From now till the end of October, 5 lucky winners will take away 40,000 Ghana cedis each every month to change their stories. For more information, visit an ABSA branch today. This promotion is regulated by the National Lottery Authority on the Caritas Lottery platform. Your story matters. ABSA. Terms and conditions apply.
Now, at Equity Health Insurance, the well-being of their members takes precedence. They reorganize and recognize... They recognize the unique healthcare needs of individuals and families, which is why they are delighted to present their Ebusia Health Plan. Now, the health plan is crafted to promote the enduring health and happiness of you and your loved ones. Their plans are meticulously tailored to offer comprehensive and competitive health insurance coverage for individuals, families, and smaller groups. Access to quality care is just a phone call away, offering continual assurance of your family's welfare. You can call 0546 645 465 or 0503 860-381. Hashtag here for you.
Now, did you know that all 41 LPG companies and the 800 stations across the country are 100% built and operated by indigenous Ghanaians? When you refill your cylinder with us, you support the growth of indigenous businesses and create more jobs. Currently, they create about 8,000 jobs for Ghanaians. But that's not the only reason for you to choose us. Our LPG distribution system offers unbeatable value, allowing you to buy any amount of the product in whichever quantities you need, making it incredibly pocket-friendly. Because you know people buy as low as 40 Ghana cedis, LPG, and some buy even 30 cedis. Sometimes you are cooking, you don't have money, and refill station is close to you. Go and get 20 cedis. Come and finish. Yeah, I've seen some before. I've seen that before. Worried about being cheated with us? You can watch Fili as your cylinder gets filled. Plus, we have weighing scales at every station, so you can double check the weight of the quantity filled. That's trust and transparency guaranteed. Switch to LPG for your car, especially if you drive a taxi. It's more environmentally friendly, helping protect our precious ecosystem. Go green with LPG and make a difference. Remember, when the last tree dies, the last man dies. Refuel your LPG cylinder at your nearest gas station and help save our forest and environment. Let's protect Ghana for this generation and the next generation. LPG Marketing Companies Association of Ghana, your affordable, pocket-friendly, trustworthy, and eco-friendly choice.
There you go. All right. So, up next is Dr. Yao Osei Educhum, Minister for Education. He's got lots of questions of yours that he's willing to answer. So, send them in, and of course, let's hear his answers. Stay with us.
Since January 2017 till date, i.e. in the Akufo-Addo Mahama Bawumia era. That's unforgivable. That's unforgivable.
Yohano, Motuama Mia, Namotuama Nilante Vanderpool. But, say, Market Yekra, Nilante Banaman. Nilante Banabody, Nilante Banaman. I'm asking the gods of English to pardon me, Manufong Basa Basa Basa. Mashada.
It's a First Thursday special treat at Achimota Retail Center every first Thursday of the month. Let's take your first Thursday of the month to a whole new level. Join us, Get Fit with ALC in August, Bingo or Quiz Night in September, Karaoke in October, fashion events in November, and open air jam with DJs and hype men in December. It's going to be an amazing experience you won't want to miss. You will also get to enjoy discounts on pizza from Pizza Inn, buy one, get one free. Come and enjoy an unforgettable time with us every first Thursday at ALC at Shumata Retail Center, and your vibes in
Life-transforming messages, anointed ministrations, uplifting praise and worship. Experience God's presence and power at Greater Works 2024. Speakers: Pastor Matthew Ashimolowo, Bishop Tudor Bismarck, Bishop Mike Okonkwo, and host Pastor Mensa Otabil. Date: Monday 29th July to Friday 2nd August. Morning sessions from Tuesday 30th July to Friday 2nd August. Time: 9 a.m. Evening sessions. Time: 5 p.m. each night. Venue: ICGC Christ Temple East. Special song ministration by Nathaniel Bassi. Also ministering ICGC choirs and worship leaders. Each evening will end with a praise jam session, which will climax on Friday with extended praise night. Buses will be available at vantage points across the city to bring you to Christ Temple East and back. Visit gwcentral.org and our social media handles for more details. See you there.
It's coming down. It's coming down. It's coming down. It's coming down.
Are you ready for the National Sales Leaders Conference organized by Core Event Solutions and MGA Consulting in partnership with the Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana? It is on the 14th to 15th of August, 9 a.m. each day at the Accra International Conference Center. The special guest of honor is the Minister of Finance, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam. Don't miss out. For more information, call or WhatsApp 050-2711070 or visit www.nslcaccra.org to book a seat now. See you there.
We shouldn't have gone to that party.
Masa, my head is killing me.
Is that your
Stomach. Yes. What did you eat? I don't know.
Get rid of your gastric problems with number 10 liver salt. Number 10 gives you quick, effective relief from nausea, indigestion, heartburns, hangovers, and hyperacidity. And with different fruity flavors such as orange and lemon, it's a pretty tasty way to end an uncomfortable situation. Number 10 liver salt from Ernest Chemist, because everyone needs a chemist.
This advert has been vetted and approved by FDA. Everyone is running to Bills. Enjoy the peace of mind that comes with acquiring any of our loan facilities. For whoever you are and whatever you're doing, Bills has a product for you. No susu, no deposits. All you need is your Ghana card. Call 0302 200 390 or 0596 928 today and live a bill-free life. Bills Microcredit is licensed by the Bank of Ghana. Bills, financing your needs. Terms and conditions apply. Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Since January 2017 till date, i.e. in the Akufo-Addo Mahama Bawumia era. That's unforgivable. That's unforgivable.
Jojo Hano, Motua Mamia, Namotua Manila and Vanderpool. But, say, Market Yekra, Nilante Banaman. Ah, Nilante Banaman, Nilante Banaman. I'm asking the gods of Ingresi to pardon me, Manu from Basa Basa Basa. Masada.
I won't go central. I won't go leg. I won't go.
Yao Osei Edishum is the Minister for Education. He joins us this morning for a conversation. That includes you, by the way. We'll give you the opportunity to put your questions to him as well. Doc, what a pleasure to have you. Good morning.
Good morning.
You've been very busy these past few days.
Very busy, but I'm more relaxed today.
Thank God. You had a big event just a day ago at the Accra International Conference Center. The idea was to give the nation an update on the education sector. How did that go?
I think you are a better judge of what happened than me. You are the media guys. you are the ones who do the in America they say Monday morning quarterbacking when people say he should have played it better in this Monday morning rather match happened on Sunday.
Indeed.
So wherever it is, I think generally I feel from the audience how, and especially getting to meet the students after the event, taking pictures with them was very exciting for me. Children came and said, "I want to take a picture with you, want to do this with you," and I had a lot of fun with them after the event. But I think on the whole, we're getting some very positive feedback from across the length and breadth of the country and from abroad. People are sending messages, congratulating us to see Ghana has done something wonderful. So I feel good about it.
Okay, it's a unique thing. It's not a sort of a regular occurrence. What made you decide on this particular format of communication?
I think what has happened to us as a people is that we've engaged ourselves in what is called slash and burn politics. A political system that says, or communication that says, I want to make sure my opponent looks so bad. So even if I do nothing, the voters will be so disenchanted against my opponent that they vote for me. And we've done it over the years. If it's MPP in power, NDC will say they did nothing. They squandered the opportunity. And then when the reverse is the case, same thing will go on. And I think sometimes Ghanaians get frustrated. So we've created a system where they don't trust the politician any longer. So I took the decision that I will rather do evidence-based communication. In Chi, or say, mitumra, no matter usi. So evidence-based communication, that's the Chi version. Utumra, no matter misi. So I have the mushroom, and this is where I pick it from. So at the end of the day, what we are telling Ghanaians is that this is what we've done. Here are the videos. Here are the images. You can go and you can see it. But we want to have a conversation around the kind of things that your tax cities has done. And by the way, this is why we did this. And here it is. When we got a cry from a media station about Yatrini we went there. Now we have a new school coming and all those things. I think people are excited about the fact that we're even listening to them. And that when we get certain complaints, certain things that may be in our blind spots, we run in. When a media station in Kumasi was complaining about a town called Nagode, near Nyinahini. We went in, now they are at the roofing level, and you look at the classroom where the students are now and where they are going to be. Many places around the country at the biggest level, they are seeing that transformation. So my goal is for us to have a self-efficacy that tells us that we can change our destiny. Even if we are destined, but we can navigate it in such a way that it takes us to where we want to be. So my whole idea is for Ghanaians to know that we may not be where they expect us to be, but we are not where we used to be. And here is the evidence, and judge for yourself. So that's why I prefer this format of communication than just reading from a speech and mentioning and without showing. And our social media allows us to do more, and I wanted to do it that way than just talk, because politicians, unfortunately, are not very much trusted, to say the least, right?
Yeah. True. And it gave you the opportunity to show lots of projects that you had completed, both basic schools, senior high, and that may not have been in the public awareness.
Yes,
but there are issues that are in the public domain, and there are people who still, even this morning, even after your event, ask questions about them. For example, in basic schools, there are parents who are still wondering, textbooks, how far?
Textbooks, that's a very fascinating story. I wanted to make sure we distribute textbooks differently. Once upon a time, the books get to the region gets to the district, and before you know, the classrooms don't have it. So we learned some serious lessons from the basic school textbook, primary school textbooks. We have core textbooks in the classrooms. But you see, if you don't do the supply chain well, you can have a situation where a certain school may not have the full complement. So I asked the GES to do a major review of their processes. So when we go to the junior high school textbook distribution, which we've done for core textbooks, I think they are missing creative arts and other subjects. But the ones that came and we distributed, what we did was that we asked the district in the Greater Accra, all the district went to the regional warehouse. They boxed the books for them, and the school heads were there. And the books were transported from the regional warehouse to the school. So you will not have a situation where a school head will say, I don't have them. They were there for the distribution. And the Greater Accra Regional Director of Education, for example, superintendent over it. And after he finished, he has shared his experiences with the other regional directors of education. So across the country, the regional directors also spearheaded a similar exercise to make sure when the book gets to the warehouse at the region, it gets to the intended destination. And we paid for it to go. The ministry sponsored that. So our whole idea is that it's not enough to sit at the ministry as the minister and say books have been procured. If you don't have a follow-up mechanism to make sure that the books are in the classroom, you'll be shocked. You'll be surprised. So the lessons learned is guiding this. And for example, high schools, core textbooks. If any high school headmaster tells you they don't have a core textbooks, I'll be shocked. We did a needs assessment. They gave us every textbook, the shortfall. We procured the books, made sure they were distributed according to the shortfalls.
By high school, you mean senior high school?
Senior high school, I mean. So, for example, when I had a meeting with all the heads of Atachimota last week, heads of all senior high school in the southern sector, I asked in the room, is there any headmaster here who can tell me they don't have books? And no hand could go up. We had met with all their regional bookstore keepers and met with the headmaster, the regional directors. They set up a system to ensure that the books get to the classroom. You can have a situation where you send the books to the school, and if you are not careful, they may not be distributed to the students. So some of these things, when you are not a hands-on person, people may make valid claims that it's not there, and they may be right. They may be right, and the whole idea is to make sure that what I've learned is that it's not enough for you to say, I've procured the books and I expect the books to be in the classroom. Now we have a follow-up monitoring evaluation from the ministry next week, starting with high schools, selecting some high schools at random, going in to check. For example, science textbooks. Last year, I visited a school, and I mentioned it, Every Girls. And I went in thinking, everybody has a science textbook. I went to a classroom. And then the children told me, no, we didn't get our elective textbook from the government. We bought it. So the next day, the headmistress was in my office. And I said, Madam, I thought every student doing science has a textbook. And he said, oh, when it came, we didn't have enough. I said, who did you tell? So you see, the situation you have is that you don't have enough, right? Maybe you have enough for 70%, but it wasn't given to them because they didn't have enough. So out of that, then we did the shortfall assessment, and now if any school says they don't have enough science textbooks, I'll be surprised. But I'm not taking the fact that I've supplied the books as the reason why they should have it. We are doing the next step where we are monitoring to make sure when the next academic year begins, no science student will have to buy any textbook, because we started with science and moving to the other elective. And also, those who are doing the STEM, they've also gotten our textbook, and theirs will be online on their tablets. And at the end of the day, the whole idea is to ensure that when you procure, it gets to the intended destination. So when parents say that they have there are times when you sit in your office and say, how come? But if you don't do a quick follow-up, they may be right and you may be wrong, even though the procurement has happened.
Now, another thing that we heard you double down on at your conference center event was on the need for an SHS law. And this is something which sparked some controversy when the idea was first introduced by parliamentarians. The suggestion was made that this is all because of a fear of review. Talk to us about that. I mean, why would a law make free SHS any better than it is today?
It's not a free SHS. It's a free secondary education bill. Thank God that Cabinet has approved a draft from the Attorney General. Is going to go to Parliament. The whole idea is this. In this country called Ghana, we used to have 7-year secondary education. 5 years of O-level, and then have 2 years of A-level. That was secondary. So those of you who were fortunate enough to go to Augustine's and Adisadel and Achimota, you have 7 years of Achimota education. Now your nephews who will go there have 3 years of Achimota. 7 years of Achimota and 3 years, which is better?
Obviously
7 years. In many countries around the world, secondary is 6 years. But they have choices. In some places, they do what is called co-location. The lower and the upper secondary are on the same campus. The junior high and high school are on the same campus. That is what we used to do under the old regime before the introduction of the junior high school and the 1987, brought about by 1987 education reform. So Ghana was doing co-location. Nigeria is doing that now. They do co-location. And then we decided that, like other countries, we can separate them. But the unfortunate thing for Ghana was that when we separated and called part of it junior secondary school and later on junior high school, there was nothing high school about it. So it's a misnomer. When you say junior high, it's high school for the juniors. It's a lower secondary. But you then went to your law and you made a law and said, Ghana Pre-Tertiary Education Act says that Ghana has 2 years of kindergarten education, 6 years of primary education, 3 years of junior high school education, and they are all basic. The moment you said it was basic, there was no need to give a secondary look and feel, secondary facilities, no. So we pushed all these schools into the old dilapidated middle school buildings. And by the way, middle schools were part of elementary and not secondary. So we shifted part of our secondary, call it junior high, call it junior secondary, but put them in old dilapidated middle school buildings. And we never look back. So if your child doesn't go to a private junior high school with some adequate facilities, you're actually in elementary school. Schools that are falling apart, dilapidated, but we call them junior high school. So the issue we have is this. If it's junior high, why are you saying it's not part of your high school system? If it's junior high, why is it not part of your secondary system? Giving us a 3-year secondary regime in our country. And I don't know of many countries in the world where high school is 3 years. It's 6 years, but you can do co-location or you can do separate but equal. So when you have the junior high school by itself, it should have similar facilities as the high school. So the free secondary education bill is about making sure that junior high is part of secondary. It doesn't mean you are moving it onto a secondary campus, but wherever it finds itself, it should have similar facilities, have similar opportunities for teaching as secondary, so that we can at least, if we've lost 7 years, we can get 6 years back.
Okay, but I mean, now that you've talked about, the bill having been approved by Parliament, by Cabinet. Previously, I'm sure you may have heard of teacher unions saying they've not been consulted on anything. Did we do those consultations?
I've met with teacher unions. I've told them that, you see, before I get a green light from Cabinet, right? I'm careful to do broad. That's why we have time between now and Parliament. And when it gets to Parliament, that is where major the hearings come from the committee, stakeholder input is also invited by the committee. You see, the whole thing is this. I have to make sure that I have guidelines to operate within before I tell a union leader that is what we're doing. What about if the president tells me that is not what I want to do? So you have to seek that kind of level of permission, at least at the draft. But I've met with them and we had this conversation. I told them I'll get back to them. So I'm going to be meeting with them and let them know that this is not to hurt our education system. If anything, if you go and look at the model junior high school at many of our towns, including Jabin in Ashanti region, and you look at the facility, look at where children are going to move from. Old, run-down school buildings, been there for 90 years, 80 years, no electricity, nothing, and you're talking about 21st century, and we are just saying that let's move from these buildings into a better place where the junior high school will have biology, chemistry, physics lab, STEM lab, and in case it's in a remote location, I can give it a mobile lab so that they can do similar activities at that school that has a physical lab. But just in case I can't give you a mobile lab now, let me do virtual lab. In your computer lab, you are going to be able to do science experiments as if you were in a wet lab. I don't think anybody will say, why are we doing this? But if they don't know, then it's going to be the misconceptions. And so, yes, we believe that secondary education in all its forms, as stipulated by the Constitution, should be provided. So whether it's TVET, whether it's a grammar school, you should do that. And the whole idea is to live true to the spirit of the Constitution and also to ensure that if you are doing it, it shouldn't be two Ghanas that happen to be rich. My child will have quality junior secondary education or junior high education. And I've so happened to come from a disadvantaged community, then I'm doing my junior high school education in a place where I will never see a science lab. I will never touch anything for robotics. I'll never have any idea whatsoever until I get into the senior high school. So I'm 3 years behind.
So we are going to see, once this law is passed, we're going to see more junior highs also sort of attached to the boarding system. That
Oh,
the
no,
senior
there's no
highs-
boarding component.
Okay.
Junior high schools are 100% day, no
Right.
boarding. That's why we are saying that in remote communities, you provide a mobile lab. The whole idea is that wherever the students find themselves, they should not be disadvantaged by virtue of their location. So junior high is 100% day environment, but you are upgrading their infrastructure, you are upgrading the equipment and tools, and when you cannot do wet lab, as we call it, can they get their mobile lab so that they can also participate at the same level as somebody who happens to be in a town? Because you see, if you have 7 junior high schools, it's easy to have a large one, migrate all of them there so they can have access to the equipment. But what about if you happen to have one town, one junior high school? You don't leave them behind. You get mobile lab so that they can also do some things.
Yeah, but if that's, I mean, is that the only provision when it comes to
the law?
Yes, the law.
Oh, no, of course not. Yeah, because stretching from here, then by virtue of the fact that your terminal certificate is no longer junior high, if you go to the villages, like where I'm the member of parliament, you will say, me say, me real school. Or cast me real school. Yes, we real junior high. It's well-known way of describing I've ended my school.
They mean basic education.
Yes. So
As
cast
we
we
have
real
it
school.
today.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing honors me banner real school. And yes, secondary school no okay. He's talking about junior high. That's the expectation. Now we are saying that because the government for the last 7 years have made provision and you can go, you have to go. Because there's an emerging trend in the country. It will fascinate you to know that Northern region has the highest transition rate from junior high to high school, 95%. Savannah and Northeast is 94%. Upper East is 92%. Upper West is 89%. So if you were to do a league table of transition rate, the 5 northern regions top the table.
And by transition rate, you mean the number of students who go from junior high to senior high.
So when you look at it, and then begin to look at the fact that a number of the regions in the south have a transition rate in the 70s. Then if you are the Minister for Education and you look at the data and you work on the data, you become concerned. Say if there's a disparity of almost 20% between the northern region and a region in the south, if these trends continue for the next 20 years, what will happen to that region? There will be a huge gap in economic development, socio-economic transformation, and then you may have to then look for a way to do another intervention. So why do you allow it to fester and continue and then you do nothing? You have young men and women, opportunities have been provided, then they will decide to go and do something else.
Yeah, but
so the compulsory element is part of the free secondary education bill.
Okay. But talking about northern regions, what is their basic school completion rate, for instance, so that we can actually look at that and compare to, say, the transition rate? Do we know, say, their basic school completion rate?
I understand that some research is showing that there's some dropout issues. And that is why now we have the GEOP, Ghana Education Outcome Project. Last year, we integrated 17,000 students back, majority of them in the northern region. So that is there. But the point is that at the secondary transition level, they go.
Yeah.
So the fact that there's a problem there doesn't mean you don't do both concurrently. We are fixing the out of school, but if you look at the numbers and people here are not going to the secondary, you don't say because the north happens to have a dropout at the junior high, there's no problem for the south. It's a comparison to show that something should be done. If I go to a certain district, you have 66%. 66% transition.
Okay. So talking about something being done. So for instance, you have a national average of say 75%. You know, from those who start school and complete, say, junior basic school, 75%. In the northern region that you talk about, the research will indicate that 3 out of 10 who started would complete junior high school. But of course, from there, 95 would move to senior high school.
See, your research, let me say, there's something that's missing out of that research. The research is not looking at transiency. All that the research is saying that we went to this school and 3 out of this went. As to where they went to, the research is not telling, because you don't have a student information system, national level, that tracks to see that that student went to Kintampo. But you are taking that as a dropout.
Great. The question is, how are you ensuring also that beyond the transition from junior high to senior high, those who start education are also able to complete first the basic school before they transition to
I've already told you, we're doing GEOP. Children who are out of school are now being educated to be mainstream. Last, just 17,000 went back. So it's not an either-or proposition. It's both.
Right.
We are doing both.
Yeah, what does the new bill say about funding for pre-tertiary education?
From the same sources, it's budgeting and getting finance approved. The new source, the new bill is not saying it has to come from here. You can't tie the hands of finance. So the new bill is not going to talk about you have to use this. The same appropriation strategy that have been employed the last 7 years, I will do that.
Have we not picked any lessons from the last 7 years? Have no new, fresh ideas for funding been proposed?
Where I sit and where you sit, sometimes I hear some things and I don't understand. Government appropriates, yes, you may have an issue of time when the money is released. But we've never missed anything from the releases. So the idea, I'm the Minister for Education. Finance allocates in the budget, the amount comes. Yes, lateness sometimes make the work difficult because people supply things, they have to be paid in a timely fashion. So you can have those issues. But other than that, appropriation and releases at the end, it may delay, it comes, we do the work.
Right. Does it say it will still be fully funded by government, or will there be some?
It's free.
Right.
Free. It tells you free secondary education.
And that's all of it, including the boarding component, everything.
Just by way of clarification, so in 2023, the Ministry of...
I'm so sorry, just before your question. This will be entrenched in this law?
Yeah, it's called free secondary education.
So the law will say that government must fund it.
Part of the title says free.
Okay.
So you're saying every student that goes to a public secondary school will be funded by government, or you're adding private to it?
Why is that private and public is free? Why are you talking about private?
I'm just asking whether you...
No, how do you do that?
Okay.
How do you take public funds and put it into private? I don't know how you do that.
Well, you have these schools that you created in the United States. There's a term for them. Private schools where the government...
Charter schools.
Charter schools, yes.
See, charter schools were created. It was an American invention of sorts. When they did the nation at risk, and America saw that they were falling behind Russia, everybody was scrambling to find a way. Then they saw urban schools lagging behind suburban schools. They saw poor neighborhood schools lagging behind those in the rich neighborhoods. Because in the rich neighborhoods, the community, they have foundations and others. They don't pay anything. They are in public schools in the U.S., students don't pay anything. But what the government did at the point was to look at ways where they can help the schools in the deprived communities. And they realized that another way of helping was to give opportunity for individuals who were driven with entrepreneurial skills from education space to come in and develop schools. And that is why I got the opportunity to develop those schools. So it was to solve underperformance challenge in the inner city. It wasn't because private schools were asked to come and get students. No, it was about we have a specific problem. The specific problem that schools in the inner city are underachieving. So can you build a school here that will ensure that there's parity? In every 5 years, we'll come and check your results. and see if you are better than the regular public schools. If you are better, you are in business. If you are not, we've been there for about 20 years because our outcomes are better than the regular public schools.
Honorable Minister, does the Ghana Education Service or the Computerized School Selection Placement System, do you post students to private secondary schools?
They used to, not anymore.
Not anymore?
Oh, no. Before free senior high school, what was happening in this country to me was insane. Why? The reason was that there was something called cutoff. That if you say for the BEC and you don't make a certain aggregate, some years it was anybody who makes more than 28, you will not be able to go to a public school. And that was this country. A majority of the students who couldn't make it were the ones who went to our own public schools. And we barred them from going to public senior high school. And those ones were then posted to private schools.
Great, but my question
because they were on their own.
Yes, but the question is, the funds, free SHS, you're making it possible for students to go to school. So, talking about private schools, the money goes to the students. These are students who are having secondary education. Shouldn't the state be concerned about their education too?
Why should you be concerned if they don't? Why did they go to private? You have Cambridge education, right? IB education. A parent decide that rather that my child have an IB. Why should the government go and fight somebody who says,
so I'm not talking about those private schools.
Which private schools are you talking about?
Private secondary schools.
Why?
Running the WASI system.
And let me tell you, if you're a parent, what is the reason why you want your child to be in that school? Is it because you are not accepted to Legon, Presec? Is it because the government, if the government had a cutoff, if you were telling me this in the old regime of a cutoff, then it's a different thing because you cut somebody off and place them in a private school. You, the government, did that. So if you are making a case that if you have placed that child in a private school, then why are you not funding? It's a different story. People have a choice. You have public schools and they are available. Every student who goes to a public junior high school and a private junior high school who takes the BEC is placed. So if you want to go to private, it's a choice that you've made.
Honorable Minister, you are aware that some people at the end of the placement, even at the end of self-placement, have schools that are very far away from them, and sometimes day schools which they cannot go to. So
we do change it for them all. That's why the NAFOL is there. Yeah, but if you have a case of a student who has been sent to a private a day school somewhere, we move them all the time.
You move them all the time, but is that policy such that if I walk up to you today, I can be moved to a school close to me? If that is not possible, and I decide to send my child to a school close to me, Article 17.2 says no person shall be discriminated against when it comes to education based on social or economic status. Why can't I also have the same that everybody?
I don't know of any parent who said, I wanted a school for my child, I didn't get it. I mean, if you were talking about this at the time where we were discriminating, those were the days this should apply. When we're discriminating against Ghanaian children by telling them you got aggregate 28, you can't go to a public school. If you were arguing about that, you have a point. But this time you don't, because everybody gets a school. Everybody is placed.
We're talking to Dr. Yaosei Duchumi's Education Minister. I've got lots and lots to get through with him, including your questions. Stay with us. We're going to take some messages. When we come back, there's even more to learn. Stay with us.
If home is where the heart is, then let's go home, shall we? Let's go where the entertainment is, where the passion is, where the laughter is. And sometimes, even the tears too. Let's go where we feel safe enough to share our opinions.
And send tweets.
Where we do that embarrassing little dance to our favorite song. Let's go home where the love, the care, and the joy live.
There's no place like home. Connect your home to super fast internet with affordable data bundles from MTN Home. Visit broadband.mtn.com.gh or your My MTN app to sign up today. MTN.
Dearly beloved, one stand by for the following bombshell. The Omanhin of Ogwa traditional area, Osaberema Dr. Kwesata II, Ogwa Omanhima Nana Ikua Abochi VI, and the Ogwa Traditional Council was a delight and pride to invite Amanfunyi Lara to the 60th Ogwa Fetu Afashe Festival. Nyaminchaze, the landmark celebration coincide with the 25th anniversary of Osaberema coronation. Inti Wake double celebration. Nanchawara Yahweh de Fetu Afashezi, or you're not just the biggest festival in Ghana, or Sanso was the second biggest carnival in the world. Onunsin the whole world redescend upon Cape Coast for an action-packed, exciting, and Niger-centric 8-day celebration from the first Cape him the 8th of September 2024. Madofo Mamin just to highlights. Theme near celebrating the city of first, our people, our future. Special guest of honor here Otumfo Osei Tutu II. Invited guests Nsudze Bibri, Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, former President John Dramani Mahama, Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagbin, just to mention a Quran. Now events in the main start to him. Homecoming Carnival, Akom Night, Bakatray Regatta, Food Fair, Youth Colloquium, Orange Friday, Ghana Music Festival, and Sana Traditional Derba Nankasa. Yabosia him for him. They are celebrating 7 spectacular Asafo companies through the streets of Gwei. Information in area available online. In Kanaka Shishe, Ogwa Fetu Afashe, or social media. Now following for info and updates. Aye. Munia, them menu of merrymaking, them buffet of bashment, them cornucopia of cultural conviviality is it. May allow ma on happen without you at it. May yenshia wa Cape Coast, the city of first, for the 60th Ogwa Fetu Afashe Eye. Now this year's hashtag Afashe Go B.
The luckiest
star 712 #
luck is everywhere for everyone, yeah.
Welcome and now for a daily star 712 # and found no regrets. A Sankoma investors are a striking gold. A Sankoma health workers are a diagnosing luck with precision. A Sankoma that tough guy who couldn't hold back his tears. They say a Sankoma passionate fan on also entering containing a joy. After to the stressor or turning a hard-earned stitches into a bundle of happiness. And now, a Sankoma, if you say your next big win is right here.
Star 712 #. Luck is everywhere.
Dial star 712 # and join the luckiest winning celebration. From the 1st of July 2024, dial star 712 # to keep buying tickets as a group, individual, or even as a community. Win loads of cash and prizes in the community draw or go for the grand draw on the 30th of November 2024. Unlock your luck with star 712 #. Join the winning streak now.
The luckiest
star 712 #.
Luck is everywhere for everyone, yeah. The luckiest.
In this month of July, Aquaba Magic is taking you on an entertainment roller coaster. NO Season 2 is here live. Watch how the drama unfolds as Bearfee struggles to rescue her daughters this and every Monday at 9 p.m. That's not all though. Watch Nana Koto, Tailor Made, Aketechua and the Lankais Show Season 2. Tune in to Aquaba Magic DSTV Channel 150 and Go TV Channel 102. Aquaba Magic, Ghana's most loved storyteller.
Exhibition of the register.
Attention Ghana! The Electoral Commission will from Tuesday 20th August to Tuesday 27th August 2024 display the voters register across all polling stations throughout the country between the hours of 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. each day. This is your chance to verify your personal details, confirm your polling station, ensure no unqualified persons are on the register, and remove names of deceased individuals by providing death certificates, burial permits, and obituary notices as proof of death. 5, registered voters must appear in person with their ID card or registration slips. You can also check your details by dialing *711 *51 hash. Objections to names on the register can be made on the grounds that the person is a minor, foreigner, not of a sound mind, impersonating another person, or not residing in the area where he or she registered. Applicants have the opportunity to object to the inclusion of their names on the exception or multiple registration lists. Remember, the exhibition of the voters register will start from Tuesday 20th August to Tuesday 27th August 2024. The register will be displayed at all polling stations across the country from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. Your vote is your future.
So go and check your name. Me, I won't go central. I won't go leg. I won't go Methodist. I won't go tag. I won't do
Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Yeah, get chow. Oh, wow. Me, I get leg. They give me dontology.
Welcome.
For this economy, hey, Charlie, how? I go take the house. Oh, me, I get tech, and that be where I pick.
You're welcome back. It's the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Our guest is Dr. Yao Seiduchum. He, of course, is the Minister for Education. There's so many aspects of education to talk about. We could pick just junior high and stick to that all day, but we have to try and touch on as many other things as possible. So, Doc, with your permission, I want to ask about this. The 2023 Auditor General's report suggests that your ministry or agencies under your ministry are responsible for about more than half of all the procurement irregularities recorded in that report. So all kinds of things from outstanding debtors, cash irregularities, payroll irregularities, tax irregularities, procurement irregularities, and contract irregularities, coming up to some 54.7 million Ghana cedis, with universities featuring quite heavily on that list. What went wrong there?
I think what the Auditor General did not tell us was that of the number of entities that do procurement, what ministry has more of them? So the fact that they are more infracting from the ministry, you should also give a contest that maybe 70% or 60% for entities that do procurement are under the ministry. So you can put it within a contest. We have high schools doing procurement, universities doing procurement. There's no other ministry where you have more people doing procurement than the Ministry of Education. So it's not surprising that you're going to get more problems from there. So when you say there are more problems from there, it's not an indictment against the ministry. This is not the ministry, central ministry procurement that we're talking about. High school, universities, and there are too many agencies under my ministry. But having said that, what we are now doing is to work with them. We are now organizing procurement workshops where all universities have to attend. Because you see, when it comes to entity tender committee, they are independent of the central ministry. When they are doing procurement, they don't have to report to the ministry. UCC procurement it's not approved by the ministry. They are separate, they are independent. They can do procurement following procurement rules. So when there are challenges, you only get to hear of them through issues like this, through the auditor's report. And I'm not happy about it. But I want Ghanaians to know that we are not talking Ministry of Education, Central Ministries, Entity Tender Committee having many infractions. But we are not happy that University of Cape Coast will have a major infraction. They should know better that any university where you teach procurement, you should do better than even a high school or any other entity for that matter. So we're going to do something about it.
What are you going to do about it?
Of course, training, first thing. But those who have caused infraction, the law will take his course. Refund all those, and they have to do it. But I'm just saying that forward-looking, we have to make sure that a needs assessment, for example, is being done. Tax my director procurement. We're setting up a committee that will begin to look at the capacity for procurement at all these agencies. Because the entity tender committee system is such that they don't even have to notify us that they're going to do procurement. Even agency entity tender committees have that freedom to go directly to PPA or the Central Tender Review Board. I mean, It was done for a reason, to give them the flexibility. But I think the ministry, and I was talking to my director of procurement, that he shouldn't see himself as just the procurement for the central ministry. But he has to now look at ways where we can support all the entity tender committees that have been approved are for different agencies. If you come to my ministry, all the agencies have entity tender committees, and their procurement directly goes to PPA. And then universities do their procurement. And then high schools do their procurement. So you have a plethora of them. I won't say we should centralize it, but I'm just saying that together with PPA, we need to have some serious training for all of them. And where there's an infraction, the law should take its course. But I think it's a wake-up call for us to begin to look at how do we make sure, for example, high schools, we are now hiring logistics and procurement staff for them, so that they will not fall afoul of the law because of lack of expertise. And I think in case of the university, it's unfortunate, because I think they should know better, and they have procurement officers that should go through the procurement processes and do it right. But bottom line is, we probably have more entity tender committees than any other ministry, but we need to do a better job and make sure all this is become a thing of the past.
Okay, quick one. Let me just take you to, say funding for free SHS. But in this case, so I noticed that in 2023, there was an allocation of 3 billion Ghana cedis to the free SHS Secretariat, with 1.3 million students enrolled. In 2024, today we have 1.4 million students enrolled, but the monies or funds allocated to you is 2.7 billion. The question is, how are you dealing with that? Wouldn't that affect, your wouldn't that affect your ability to effectively manage the policy, bearing in mind that even with all the funds that you've been given previously, there's still been a lot of challenges?
It's been managed in such a way that we pointed it out to them the moment we went through the hearings. And based on communiques that we've had, I think there's opportunity for it to be corrected, so that will reflect the enrollment levels that we have. So the gap will be bridged.
In effect, you're going to be giving more money, is what you're saying?
No, more money to merit the level of expenditure that we need to given the enrollment. We have 1.4 million now, 1.4 million plus.
So it means that if 3 billion was for 1.3 million, 1.4 million, 2.7 billion, and you need funds to merit that, I just want to understand, is it an assurance that you get that there could be some, what we say, encumbrance accounting to give you more funds so you can actually...
I don't know how that's going to be done, but what I know is that we pointed it out and it will be fixed.
It will be fixed. That means more funds. But in 2021, the Ministry of Education and the Valco Trust launched a 5-year program to remove all 5,400 schools under trees and sheds and dilapidated structures with new ones. At the time, you said you're going to do that in a 5-year period. It's been almost 4 years. How many have we been able to remove?
The funds don't come to me. It was their own initiative that they were doing. So this was not something that they were giving us funds to do. It's with VACO. And we have to... I don't think the funds, probably they got the funding that they wanted, but that was an initiative that they embarked upon. And I can get the latest. Okay, so of course, I can get the latest numbers for you, but it wasn't a ministry-driven initiative.
Can we get an update on this Fourth Estate story about lifted logistics and that Wi-Fi contract in the SHSs? I know that the ministry had said that some parts of that contract would be cancelled. Has that happened?
Now, those schools that were not getting service, we've told them we can do. We are now looking for other vendors to do it. Because my whole thing is this: you provide service, we pay. If you don't provide service, we don't pay. So if you submit an invoice to me for 6 million, I go, we verify electronically. If you have to be paid, you are paid. Otherwise, you are not paid. It's as simple as that. Okay. So we don't get, nobody gets paid from my ministry for service that they did not provide.
Right.
It's
so
as simple as that.
I mean, I know that story provided some evidence of schools that payments have been made for them, but they had not been receiving.
It's nope.
The
you
Wi-Fi
can
service.
Never point it out to me that there's a school where we paid, Maybe you don't know how much was paid in respect of that particular school, but no school, you cannot be paid if the service. They are fighting this over. I'm not going to pay. If the service is not provided, especially when we have a way of checking, you're not going to be paid.
So you are going to get new vendors for those schools that are not receiving.
Yes.
But you will keep lifted logistics for the other ones?
Or if they are providing the service, why worry about it?
But is this not a contract performance issue?
No, it's not a contract because they have different performance mechanisms. You have a satellite service, and then they have the other aggregation that they were doing. Those other aggregations were fine, but the satellite had a problem. So we had to move on.
Okay.
I think we have so many good news in education, and you saw it from the presentation that we did to the nation. And I don't think your time is enough to talk about all those.
I know. We started from there, and we did review
so
a lot of
any issues that we have, we'll talk about it. But I don't think Ghanaians deserve not being told what their tax cedis have been used for.
Okay. Well, the main benefit to you of this show is that you get the chance to ask the minister your questions as well. So let's do that. Let's open the phone lines. Let's see if we can take a few questions for the Minister for Education, see if he can address some of your concerns and issues. And the numbers, of course, as always, are 0302 216 541 and 055 1111 997. Okay. All right. While we're waiting for those calls to come in, have we managed to pay the BEC money?
Yes. We paid them half of the amount, about 47, and now have 35 million released. It's all the way to the controller, so it's going to go to them. But before you talk about all those things, I just want the people to know that there have been major intervention in infrastructure from region to region across the country. So it's not as if it was only VACO commitment. If you go to Esunafo North, Dechim MA Basic School has a 6-unit classroom block. Fantiakwa South, Kwakusua DA Primary 6-unit classroom new. Asene Manso, Akroso, Achim Manso Roman Catholic have a 3-unit classroom block. Takra, the Holy Child College of Education, 2-story 12-unit classroom block. Esutifi, Asen South, Asen Bosomadre, 3-unit classroom block. Kukren Tumi, they have a 6-unit classroom block. All across the country.
It looks like a long list. I don't want us to leave our callers waiting too long on the line. Let's take some calls.
If they are ready, we'll talk.
Yes.
I thought they were not ready.
Yeah, they are coming through quite quickly, actually. Jonas is at Michelle Camp. Hi, Jonas. Good morning.
Yeah, so Jonas is a professional teacher who's been teaching for the past 17 years. I teach at Boom Presby. I'm speaking in my own capacity as a professional teacher. And then I would love to understand or know about our laptop issue as teachers, because we've been talking about it all this while. I'd love to know the vacation period for the SHS teacher who, because of a double track system, has had it very difficult going on vacation, and even including some kitchen staff as well. And even if they go, they are very limited time as compared to the very normal one which is supposed to be. As to whether there are special allowances that are added to DS, we are not able to tell. And then, of course, the issue of the basic education level.
Right.
Primary to JHS. I think that we have been totally neglected, and the earlier we started looking at it, the better for all of us.
Okay, Jonas, thank you for that. I'm so sorry. I want to be able to take as many calls as possible. So please, if you can limit your question or contribution to about 30 seconds so we can take as many of them as possible, okay? Just to be fair to others. Theodora is calling us from Accra. Hello, Theodora. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you too?
I'm all right, thank you. What's your question?
Great. My question is about contract payment to the minister. So there are some organizations that supplied books to basic schools throughout the 16 regions of Ghana in 2022. Precisely, the contract asked us to finish the supply of the books in September 2022. And as I speak, we haven't been fully paid. Some payment has been made, yes, but that is less than 40% of the contract sum we're supposed to be paid. I want to find out how soon we are going to get the difference paid to us, because some of us took loans to do this contract and interest has been accruing since 2022.
Okay, thank you, Theodora. We'll put that question to the minister. Kofi is in Kumasi. Hello, Kofi. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Hello, handsome Kojos.
Handsome Kofi. It's good to hear from you. What's your
Mr.
question?
Minister, were you invited to the studio by Joy FM or you came to the studio yourself? I'm asking this because what we want to ask you is the reason why Joy FM invited you to the studio. It is not what you want to tell us. You have all the radio stations in Ghana to, tell us what what you have done. You didn't do that. Now that Joy FM has called you to come and answer questions, you want them to ask you what you have done. That is why I'm asking.
I'll stop this.
Okay, Kofi. We get the general idea of your question. The minister will address it. Benjamin is in Adenta. Hello, Benjamin. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Kojo. How are you?
I'm well, thank you, Benjamin.
Yeah, the free SHS. My question is, it's not free. The minister wouldn't, from America, where infrastructure is available, wouldn't it make sense to spend the billions, build infrastructure for parents to pay? Number two, parents are already paying. Students come home, spend 1 month, 2 months in the house. I know a parent who sends a child to Kaswa, a boarding facility there, and that is why the free SHS, they are doing well. It's not because they are investing in anything. It's because when the children come home, your girl child comes to the house, you definitely would want your girl child not to be in the house to loiter around, to be pregnant. You want her to go somewhere. So parents are investing. So parents are paying. I also know a parent who took the child off the free SHS to a remedial school. So my question is, why is the minister is disingenuous, telling us about they invest in infrastructure for which reasons the children are doing well, and why wouldn't they rather invest in infrastructure, allow parents to pay? Because
okay, Benjamin, thanks for your question. Peter is in East Legon. Hello, Peter. Good morning.
Yeah, hello. Good morning. My question to the minister is that for the tertiary students, I realize Kenya University are doing a different calendar, and the schools in Accra and UCC are doing a different academic calendar. So what steps are you taking to restructure the academic calendar so we can do internships and plan our vacations so they don't get cut short midway? Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's handle these 5 calls and then we'll see if there's time for more. Okay, we'll start with Jonas Michel Camp, teacher. He wanted to know the latest with the laptop issues. He also wanted to know what happens to vacation time for SHS double track students. And then he felt that basic education
double track
had been
students
neglected.
and teachers are supposed to go on vacation at the same time. Some schools may not have done their scheduling well, but essentially, if you teach Form 1 and they're on vacation, you're also on vacation. So when people talk about they've been at home for too long, they go in with their teachers. So the idea that teachers are rather not getting vacation, then probably is a problem at the school with their scheduling, because that is not how it's structured. If you teach Form 3, when they finish their exams, you are done. You have a long break before schools come back.
Are there no teachers who teach more than one form?
You see, maybe in some small schools, if you have a situation where they have music, and the music is such that you have few students at different forms, then you can have that cross-tracking. by a teacher. But it's not the norm. It's not a norm. I've talked to a number of headmasters who have done a very good job of making sure that the teachers follow the students. And where it is not the norm, they look at ways of making sure they go about it so that it doesn't overtly disadvantage a teacher who may have to cross-track. But it's not the norm that when your students are on vacation, you have to keep on teaching. And those disruptions, the reason why I also introduced the intervention grant. Every year we pay 65 million to high schools so that teachers with those inconveniences also have a chance to be compensated. But generally, it's not the norm that in every place teachers teach the whole year and they don't go on vacation. That is not the norm.
Laptop issues?
Laptop, I have the numbers. By the end of this week, they will have done the first 280,000. They have 314,000. 280,000 will be done by the end of the week. Then the other 34,000 by the end of August. It will all go. We've met the unions. We've given them the assurance. We've told them. I've met the distributor, and as I speak with you, distribution is ongoing. So no teacher will be disadvantaged by the end of August. A majority of them have them. But of course, people will echo the sentiment of those who don't have it. And it's a colleague thing. So I'm not surprised that the teacher who even has it will call in and say the laptop is not coming. If you ask them, they will tell you they have theirs, but their friend doesn't have it. And it's nice to care about your friends. So when they make those complaints, I don't take it lightly. I think we need to make sure. I think there were other questions about basic schools. She said he teaches at a high school. And basic school, you see, this is the mistake. That's why I wish those who did not look at our state of education address, you go and watch it. Basic schools are getting a major intervention in infrastructure and everything in this country. So the idea that basic schools have been disadvantaged, and that's why I was reading the list of schools. These are all basic schools that are getting new infrastructure. So it's not accurate that somehow we have disadvantaged basic schools and we have done free senior high school at the expense. This is the propaganda, and that's why we did evidence-based communication to show the country that we have truly done the work that's expected of us, and we have not disadvantaged basic schools, and we have done what is expected in terms of allocation to basic schools. You have over $200 million dedicated to basic schools transformation through Gallup. This is not from your regular budget, through Gallup. Ghana Accountability for Learning Outcomes Program. You are getting teachers trained. You are getting new schools built. Arab Development Bank is building new schools for us at the basic level through Community of Excellence chiefs, community leaders, assembly members are being trained as to how they can support their schools. The Complementary Education Agency is setting up adult literacy classes in villages where majority of the parents are not educated and can benefit from reading and writing classes. All this has been done targeting basic schools so that we can turn them around. You look at what was happening in 2015. Only 2% of primary 2 students could read. Now it's 38%, and we are not happy. That is 38%. Now look at basic schools. In primary 2, students are assessed. Primary 4, they take a national assessment. Every primary 4 student and primary 6 student a week ago got assessed, tested. The results will be coming out. And when the results come out, the parent is now able to know if my child is reading at grade level or not reading at grade level. The teacher then knows. So from class 4 to class 5, when they get to class 5, we give the results to the teachers to support those children to be able to read. And all this is being done against the background that the World Bank says there's something called learning poverty. And in many countries, 90% of the students cannot read by grade 4.
Age 10,
which is grade 4. They can read. Learning poverty. Ghana is fortunate to have 56% reading proficiently. But we still are not happy about the fact that if it's 10% that are reading, we have 56. We still have some that need to be taken care of. And that is why we have embarked on a major education transformation at the basic level. So that if you look at community of excellence, we say that 90% should read proficiently. We want to be that country in the world where 90% of our children are reading instead of 90% not being able to read. So when people are talking about we've done nothing, hear us. And for the guy who said the Joy News, Joy News invited me.
Actually, if you don't mind, I would like to answer that caller, Kofi from Kumasi, who was under the impression that the minister was not answering our questions, but was saying what he wanted to share with you. Well, the truth is he's answering our questions. He has been answering our questions from the beginning of the conversation and continues to do so. He's now answering your questions. Theodora was our second caller.
He talked about basic two textbooks that were distributed.
The contract.
Yeah, yes. I mean, you see here somebody's confirming that books have been distributed.
But
but he has not been paid the full amount. The full amount.
Losing money, yes.
Yes, and I empathize with her. This was an obligation that was taken on by Get Fund. Somehow along the line, they had a challenge, and they've only been able to pay 40%. Get Fund has assured me that they're looking for funds to make sure they make them whole. I empathize with them. I've met with their leadership. I really feel for them that if Get Fund promises and has caused them harm, I feel strongly that through Get Fund will do the right thing and get them paid. But the good news is that she confirmed that she sent textbooks to the schools and she has not been paid. So if there are no books in the classroom, why is somebody complaining that they've not been paid?
Benjamin had an idea. He says, look, why doesn't government rather take $1 billion, spend it on infrastructure, and make parents pay for education? After all, they are paying anyway.
Let me tell you, it's the Monday morning quarterbacking when you are not the man in the saddle. It's so easy. It's not to say people shouldn't express their opinions. But when you go and take that bill, where are you getting the $1 billion from?
Well, it's the money you are spending on free SHS.
No, but is it $1 billion? You're talking about $1 billion.
Well,
where are you getting the $1 billion from? And then, before the infrastructure development, do you know that before Free Senior High School was introduced, a former minister for education said that we'll have to wait for 20 years to build all the schools before children will have opportunity for free secondary education. There's a book written by Rebecca Winthrop talking about leapfrogging inequality. And they reference the double track system as one of the most innovative education and interventions in the world, by saying that instead of waiting for 20 years or 30 years, you then devise a system that allows all students to have education. Then you work your way to eliminate it. So as I speak with you, this upcoming year, only about 35% of our schools will be double track. We have graduated a number of them. Tamasco, a large senior high school, is no longer double track. Opokuwari needs just one dormitory and the construction is beginning. And if they get that dormitory, that large school called Opokuwari will no longer be double track. Schools upon schools are graduating themselves because the premise is that give me more facilities, I don't need double track. And the government is doing just that, giving facilities to schools so that you can get rid of the double track. But you see, the people sometimes look at double track and they say this. Why are we doing this? I'll use an example of Presec. Presec have about 5,000 students because of double track. If they were single track, they would do 3,000. So 2,500 more students have quality Presec education. If you want to remove double track, then you give them more facilities so that you don't reduce the number of students who can get the quality Presec education in the interest of convenience. And so people are going to be promising, I will eliminate it. But if you are eliminating double track, are you giving more facility to Presec? And consequently, more students are going to get the quality Presec education. Or are you, for convenience, going to say, Presec, cut it to 3,000. Let the rest of them go to God knows where. Because I promised the voters that I'll get rid of double track. So when people are talking, I'll get rid of it. My whole thing is that the schools that are mainly double track are the category A high-performing schools. Adisadel, Augustins, Achimota. These schools where every parent wants their children to go to are double track. What we need to do is to make sure they get the facility intervention in these schools so that we can eliminate double track without disadvantaging the potential students who could have received quality education from this institution. So the bottom line is this. We've thought through a number of these things, and the tertiary calendar, the universities are pretty much independent. Yeah. We guide them, we dialogue with them. So we're going to be dialoguing with them as to how we'll get to a place where all of them are on one calendar. So that UPS is not a different one, and tech is on a different one. And I think it's something that we have to have some talk with them about. And we heard about the tech situation through a very credible source. So I've talked to GTech. We are convening a meeting with the Vice Chancellor to look at how they can all get back to. And we are working with WIC also, because when the exams is released, also affect the tertiary. So now that we are trying to bring normalcy so that we can do May, June, it also gives WIC the opportunity to release the results and the universities to come back to their September and August.
Did you say 6 new universities would be completed by the end of this year?
Yes.
How?
You don't know. Most of them have been under the radar. University of Governance, the local government university, the buildings are completed. At Akumadan, they are done. So it's not, and then you have, there are some that have been there for some time, and they were not universities, and they are going to become universities. The one in Bono East, for example, that's a similar thing that is going to happen there. And the Akrodi was a huge high school. It was going to be a STEM high school. And the people petitioned that, wow, this facility. So the facilities are all done. And therefore, the facility is not a barrier to the operationalization. Bunso is also, based on everything they've done, they will be able to do phase 1 opening. So that facility is also there. And Mampon is existing 2 campuses coming together to become a university. So that is where the facility already, but those where their new facilities, they are moving very fast, and therefore it will be able. And the University for Sports Development is coming out of the facilities that were used for the African Games. And, right. So that is a place where the facilities are there, and it's just making sure you're organizing and making sure we're now going to have students with sports talent coming from across the country to first of all go to a University for Sports Development. So all of them are at a place where it's an issue of organizing and making sure you can operationalize.
CTAG, they're not happy with you.
CTAG, I've reached an agreement with them. I've signed an agreement with them. Minister for Labor has signed. Minister of Finance have signed. CTAG President has signed the agreement. CTAG Secretary has signed the agreement. We are just waiting because they told us once you sign this agreement, we'll call off the strike. And so we have to give them time.
When was this? When did this happen?
We signed it last week, Thursday. We had a long meeting, We signed it. We have an agreement. We can share a copy with you.
Okay. Yeah, we'd love to see that. Okay, just before you leave us, I guess I'll give. We've got about 2 minutes left on the clock. I'll give that to you to share your final thoughts with us.
I want to appreciate you and the work that you do. You keep us on our toes. You keep us on our toes so that we can do the right thing for Ghana people and for Ghanaians. I think at the end of the day, what we are looking at is that education is the difference maker between individuals and societies. The Ghanaian education system has shown some resilience over the years, but I think there are some gaps that we need to bridge. And one of them is this junior high school issue where if you happen to go to a public junior high school, you have so much disadvantage. You walk into Achimota or Gestons, Presec, and you've never seen a science lab before. And then the one who went to the private will walk in there, and they've done all the experiments before. See, so at the end of the day, what we are saying is very simple, that we have to make sure that we create a structure where there's equity, where the equity allows students from disadvantaged backgrounds to have similar opportunities are those from advantaged backgrounds. So that is the premise of the whole reform, that we are doing something that will make sure that we don't create barriers for anyone, that we don't create a system that doesn't make sense, but we are still following it. I don't know if I said doesn't make sense or no sense. Somebody say I said nonsense. No, I will never say nonsense to anybody. Yeah, so if somebody had, I said no sense. I didn't say that nonsense. I don't use those words. So if you heard nonsense, I didn't say nonsense. If you heard it that way, I apologize. But I would never use the word nonsense. I said it makes no sense. Right. So at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is to create a structure that makes sense for socioeconomic transformation, makes sense for individuals. As I said, if you look at the school we built at East Legon, I said this is a school where children of judges and children of laborers could potentially sit in the same classroom and study together and form friendship and come to a point where the judge's son will invite the laborer's son to birthday party and vice versa. So at the end of the day, if the environment is right, we are bringing the nation together. Yeah. And I don't understand why we can't use our resources in a way where we can create the best environment for all children, irrespective of where they are growing up.
Dr. Yao Duchum, this has been a very, very interesting morning spent with you. We really appreciate your time with us, and thank you so much for coming over. That, of course, is the Education Minister of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Yao Duchum. And we want to thank you for tuning in, staying with us, and listening all through the morning. We're back tomorrow with even more on the Super Morning. Oh, we're not done. Okay, stay with us. There's a little bit more before we go.
Joy 99.7 FM.
If you're suffering from conditions like arthritis, autoimmune diseases, stroke, diabetes, viral infections, knee, body, skeletal pain, and more, at German Ozone Medical Center, your well-being is our top priority. With skilled professionals and top-notch services, we offer a wide range of ozone therapy services, including IV therapy, steam ozone sauna, and gas injection therapy. Additionally, we provide ozone beauty treatments like PLP facials, microneedling, and comprehensive dental services, including digital Hollywood zirconial, clear aligners, and implants. We are conveniently located at Abelinkwe Junction, opposite Allied Heights. Call us now on 0550 242222 or 0550 252222.
German Ozone Medical Center, alternative therapy, dental, beauty, and wellness.
When budgets are tight and money difficult to come by, you want to be sure you get the best value for your money. These are not times to be spending money fixing expensive engine problems because of cheap fuel and lubricants. Drive to a petrol source station today and buy your quality fuel and lubricants, and rest assured of fuel that lasts long and lubricants that prevent expensive engine problems. Hear the sound. Petrosol, clean fuel in full quantity.
The luckiest.
Star 712 hash.
Luck is everywhere. For everyone, yeah.
Here's to the friends who dialed star 712 hash and found no regrets. To the investors who struck gold. To the health workers who diagnosed luck with precision. To the tough guy who couldn't hold back his tears. To the passionate fan who couldn't contain his joy. To the seamstress who turned her hard-earned stitches into a bundle of happiness. And now, here's to you. Your next big win is right here.
Luck is everywhere. For everyone.
Dial star 712 hash. Now join in the luckiest winning celebration. Every 1st July 2024. Over dial star 712 hash. Now I can to tickets as a group, individual, and now even as a community. Now win is the car prizes are in the community draw or go for the grand draw on the 30th of November 2024. Unlock your luck with star 712 hash. Now join in the winning streak now.
The luckiest.
Star 712 hash.
Luck is everywhere. For everyone, yeah.
All right, welcome back. It's the Super Morning Show. Now, listen, accessing super reliable healthcare should be the topmost priority for you and your family, and that's why Muti Plus, powered by MTN, is giving you just that. For 25 cedis a month, paid on Momo, you can sign on to a health subscription plan that will give you access to unlimited in-store consultations with qualified healthcare professionals at over 160 covered medications and tests as well. Okay. Best part is that there's a dedicated nurse who can teleconference a doctor if you need it. And to get this great product, all you have to do is download the Ayoba app and sign up today with your Momo account. So download Ayoba, sign up with your Momo. Take charge of your health conveniently and affordably. Sign up for Muti Plus, powered by MTN today.
So you know that the best investment you can make is to invest in your child's education. Well, let me introduce you to Metro Gold Schools. Yes, located in Ablekuma Kev, and admission is ongoing for Cambridge education. School starts from creche to grade 9, children aged between 3 months to 14 years. So rush now for the September intake. School starts on the 10th of September, and Metro Gold has a boarding facility and serene environment conducive for learning. It has boarding facilities, a tennis court, basketball court, swimming pool, and an AstroTurf pitch. Enroll your child now. Call or WhatsApp 0548 050108 0548 050108, or you can visit mgs.edu.gh for admission details. Metro Gold Schools, your child deserves quality education.
Now, this September, all roads lead to Cape Coast for the 60th Ogwa Fetu Afashe Festival. But Afashe is not festival.
Afashe is festival, actually. So just Afashe, yes.
Because when I saw Afashe and festival, I was confused. From the 1st to the 8th of September 2024, come and experience an explosion of culture at Ghana's biggest festival. It's going to be an 8 days of historic memory-making events like Akom Night and Night of Reverence at Cape Coast Castle, Bakatu Regatta, the Royal Dinner with Otumfo Oseitu II, the guest of honor. There's also Orange Friday. Go and see Kojiansi in Orange. And the big climax, the Grand Deba, is on Saturday, the 7th of September. Now, for the first time this year, you can experience Afashe in the park, a 24/7 food, drink, and entertainment bazaar, which will run non-stop. For inquiries, please call this number, 059 60 50 600.
All right. Okay, Kingdom Books says come and check out kingdomstoreonline.com for affordable office essentials, equipment, furniture, and stationery. They'll deliver for free if you're in Accra or Tema, and terms and conditions do apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
And of course, the Energy Commission and Ministry of Energy presents the 5th edition of the Energy Commission Senior High School Renewable Energy Challenge. And the challenge aims to develop the research skills of senior high school students and promote technological innovation in renewable energy. Competing schools for the Northern Sector: Ola Girls SHS, St. James Seminary SHS, Nkrana Technical Institute YSHS, Ndewura Jakpa SHS, Dabukpa Technical Institute, Notre Dame Seminary SHS, and Waliwali SHTS. And the competing schools for Southern Sector: Ahantaman Girls SHS, Infanspem, Wesley Grammar, St. Roses, Klando SHS, Rara SHS, Obuasi SHTS, and Waliwali SHTS. Join us for the Northern Zonal Challenge on Saturday, 10th August 2024 at 12 noon, live on Joy News at the Engineering Auditorium, KNUST, and at the Great Hall on Monday, 12th August at 10 a.m. for the Southern Zonal Challenge. This event is proudly supported by GIZ, Ashesi University, and VRN media partner Joy News.
All right, thanks for listening. We're back tomorrow. Until then, though, keep it on Joy. It's time for the 10 o'clock.